Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you're new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
Now, starting with Chapter 1, as I discussed, we are going to talk about overview. Now, when I say overview, right overview is what we are going to talk about the employee life cycle first of all. Whenever you try to apply for a job, right? Let's say that you have been working somewhere and maybe you are trying to look for another job, or maybe a switch or a person who is trying to get their first job. They will look into the portals and they will start applying, right? That's a process. Once you have applied for any job, guys, you know the journey of an employee starts from there. Suppose everything is good and your resume gets shortlisted, then what happens? You will be called by the recruiter. They may discuss a few things with you, and then, if you are fitting in their requirement, then they will process further for your interview. Now, all this process that I discussed, this job application, recruiter calling, all these things is part of your recruitment module. Now, when I talk about employee life cycle, that is completely from hire to retire, hire to fire, or hire to exit, whatever you call, all those steps, which is there is all part of your employee life cycle, and all the parts of employee life cycle is actually maintained in an HCM system. Now, that is why it is called as human capital management. Let's discuss on the employee life cycle first. You applied for the job, you got the interview, you cleared the interview, and now the day has come when you are going to be hired. Before you are hired, there is a terminology which is called as pre-hire. You become a pre-hire on the day of joining. Once you get your employee ID, your email address, and all this stuff, then you become an employee. After that, what happens? You will be given certain accesses, to mark your attendance, to go ahead and apply for leaves. Maybe there is a probation period. All those assignments would be given to you. You may be given initial training, right? After that, once you are ready, you will go ahead and start looking into the day-to-day work that you are doing. And when you have spent some significant time, let's say 3 months, 6 months, a year, your manager will go through a performance review. How has your performance been? How the things were, going on? Were you able to achieve the goals or not? If you were able to achieve the goals, were you successful? Were you easily able to do it? Or you had certain challenges? All those things gets discussed. And these are points that needs to be inserted. It is actually done or put inside the system through performance management. Now there are multiple modules in HCM systems. Now approximately 8 to 9, starting with core HCM. Core HCM is one of the most important module because if we don't know the core HCM part, it is very difficult basically to learn any other parts of HCM system. Core HCM time tracking, which is your attendance, leave, and absence module. You know what kind of leaves you are going to get. Then you have performance management, learning and development, payroll benefits, advanced compensation. And if I talk about there is one which is missing, I don't remember that right now. But all those actually make it a complete HCM system. Now here there is technical part also involved in this. But as a Workday consultant, it is not necessary that you have to be a developer. Basically, you don't need to be a coder because in Workday there are multiple ways of getting the job. You can become a Workday functional consultant, technical consultant, functional consultant. I'm sorry, techno-functional. And then you can become a QA consultant. These four is the primary job area. And then there is a fifth one, which is basically a project manager. And there is one more you can say as a solution architect. But solution architect, it is very less. Availability of the job is less. It's not easy that you will be able to go there initially. It will take some time, maybe another 5, 7 years, 8 years, and then you can reach to that level. But initially, if you are planning to move towards Workday, this is your career path. This is all about, the overview. And coming on to the what is Q, a consultant Devashish. What is the roles and responsibility of QA consultant? QA consultant will basically do the testing. You have manual testing and you have automation testing both in Workday. They will be doing the testing. As a consultant, let's say I do some development. Basically, I will do some configuration and then it will go for testing that they are able to see whether this, module that has been prepared or developed is that able to achieve the required functionality or not. That's how exactly it works. QA stands for quality assurance. Quality assurance. This training, it's basically for Workday techno-functional because majority of the jobs that you have in the market, it is more of a techno-functional consultant where you know one functional module and you know technically also how you can build reports, calculated fields and integrations. That's the reason we call this course as a Workday techno-functional. And this is the most suitable course for anybody who is trying to go into Workday market and get a job. Because here you will have functional knowledge, technical knowledge, in which you will have reports, calculated fields, and 85 to 90% of the integration also. The only thing which you will not be learning here on the technical side is the coding, because that is not possible to learn if you do not have a coding background. People, those who have coding background and they want to go towards it, there is an advanced integration course. They can enroll for that in case they are interested. If not, then it is absolutely fine. But I just wanted to inform you that these are the career paths which you have. Sorry, you have a question. I have a question. I can hear you. Go ahead. Do we get vacancy for freshers? Because as far as I have seen in various portals, they always ask for work experience with Workday. You will get vacancy for freshers. Freshers reason is none of the freshers vacancies put on the portal. You will never see that. But when you upload your resume, in case you want to be as a freshers, they will start calling you because there is, 70-80% of the jobs are not on the portal. I will be very honest. It is just the tip of the iceberg which you see on the portal, but the jobs are actually hidden. That's different because then I was going to various portals. I didn't find any vacancy for freshers. I was a little confused. Freshers you will not get as I stated on the portal. When you upload your resume stating all these things, that all of these things, you will start getting calls because resumes are downloaded from the portal, right? Right. what I was talking. I'm sorry, I forgot. I was talking about the HCM system, guys. HCM basically stands for Human Capital Management. When I say human capital management, it is about your people. It is about the employees who are working in the organization. A system which is created to ease the day to day activity of an employee. It is a system which helps in your HR related work, and that is the reason why we call it as HCM. If your employees are not happy, if they are not satisfied, they will not be able to put 100% of their efforts, or you can say, focus in their work. And that is the reason you give them a system which actually removes all these HR related hurdles. That is the reason every organization has a HCM system. Now, when every organization has a HCM system, why it is important that we learn Workday only right? This is a question which will come to everybody. That what is special about Workday? Workday basically has come out of a very good system which was there existing earlier. I mean, it is still existing, right? It goes in such a way that we will go ahead and make a system which is actually on the modern technology. The latest technology which is there in the market, which has been running for the last 15-20 years, which was not widely used. But from last 3-4 years, you would have heard about this much, which is called cloud computing, right? And because of this pandemic, this has gone to its peak. Right now, all the companies are trying to move towards these kind of applications. When they move towards these kind of applications, the other systems which were there previously, they cannot be upgraded. They cannot be moved to cloud. That is one of the biggest drawbacks which they have. The second thing is when this new technology has come, old technologies have become expensive. It has become a time taking process and you need a lot of people to manage it, right? These are the basic reasons why all these kind of applications are flourishing at the moment in the market. Now, Workday is a 100% cloud-based tool. When I say 100% cloud-based tool, it means that none of the components are getting installed anywhere. How do you access Workday? It's exactly the same way how you go ahead and access your email. How do you access your email? What do you do? User ID and password. We just log in with the username. We just go ahead and log in with the username. Similarly, when you have to go into Workday system, you have to follow the same process. You just need a username and password. That's how it actually you can access it. Any cloud-based application, guys, you just need to have a good connectivity, maybe a good system where you have a good internet connectivity and a subscription. That's it. The way you access your email, the same way you are going to access your Workday. And the good part is you can access it from anywhere. If you see, now the trend is a lot of organization wants people to work from home, right? These flexibilities have come because of these kind of advanced technology. And all those previous systems, it was very difficult, not possible, to allow many people to work from home because someone had to come to manage those applications, to see the server was installed, it was all updated. And then again, there was a weekly maintenance. And if one server goes down, you have to have a backup server. Just imagine how much money it used to take, right? And now all those things gone, you don't have that, challenge anymore. These are the basic reasons why it is flourishing. Now, specifically, why Workday is growing. Workday is growing because of another reason that it has been created by same people who created PeopleSoft, and PeopleSoft was one of the most successful. It is still one of the most successful HCM tools. They have taken all the components, concept from there, and it has been put in such a way that you can access it on the cloud without any challenges. That is one important part. Second thing is you have a new upgrade. You have the new upgrade coming every 6 months. And these 6 months are going to help you in getting the things upgraded very quickly. And you don't have to pay anything extra for that. That's the best part. Every 6 months, you have some new features which you can use as per your requirement. Previously, what used to happen? If there is an upgrade, if you want that, pay for it, upgrade it. And that upgrade was a big headache because you have to have, a lot of people looking at the previous data, checking everything, doing all kinds of reconciliation that nothing is lost. But all these problems have been resolved. And the major part is in PeopleSoft. There was a lot of coding. And in Workday, 90% of the work is not done through coding. When you do some configuration, the coding is automatically done in the backend, which we are not even able to see. It is more of configuration. We do declarative programming. Now, when I say declarative programming, which means we do the configuration and the coding and is automatically written in the backend, that system can manage it automatically. You don't need to be a developer because it does not require coding. And if anything which does not require coding or you don't need a developer, it has very less maintenance because nothing will break, right? It will keep on working. That's the reason. All these reasons make it a very successful, tool. If you look at the, growth of Workday right now, if I talk about Fortune 1000 organizations, 70% of them are using Workday as their HCM part. And it is not only US or EMNR region, it is all over the globe. You have EMEA and APSA also parallelly, growing tremendously. And that's the reason why you have much of jobs right now available in this area. That was a complete understanding and advantages, a lot of things which I spoke about Workday. Is there any questions? Anything from here? Hi, Akanksha here. I have a question. I'm aware that SuccessFactor and Workday had this of the table pact wherein, SuccessFactors said that will be mostly predominantly playing in the Asian market. Whereas Workday said that fine, we'll take the Western markets. Has that scenario changed as of today? And how many companies do you see? With your experience that they are actually taking Workday, implementing Workday in Asia Pac. I'm sorry you have to repeat that question. I'm sorry you have to repeat that question. Can you hear me now? I'm able to, yes. Yes, I'm able to. I was saying that I know that there was this of the table pact between SuccessFactor and Workday. wherein SuccessFactors said that I will be predominantly playing in the Asian market, whereas Workday said that fine, will be taking other markets and mostly the Western markets. Has that scenario changed? And with your experience, do you see more companies in Asia Pac adopting Workday as compared to SuccessFactor? Actually, I would say that that fact is, I don't think that is there anymore because see, Workday has started opening offices in APAC region. You know, they are big time in Australia. They are big time in India. You know, they have become a competitor to each other. Maybe it was there before, but now I don't see that. All right. Thank you. No problem. Thank you. Any other questions related to that? I've been raising my hand. I want to find out. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brenda. And between Workday and ERP, SAP and Workday, what are the comparisons? What are the success factors? I'm because in Africa, right now, Kenya, most of the companies is SAP. I've never seen Workday. I'm just wondering when is it going to be introduced in Africa, more in my country, Kenya. To be honest with you, you know it depends upon the organization. It is available in the market and people are, making the use of the latest technology. I'm not sure why it is not implemented because maybe the organizations which are there, they may have started using this SP and other applications frequently and maybe just a few, years from now. If you are saying that in Africa you don't have an organization, I would suggest you please look at your portals, the job portals in your area. Because I'll soon be relocating to Canada. I don't know whether you are. Canada, there is a lot of opportunities. No, Canada, there is a lot of opportunities. Oh, thank you. In fact, my manager just got relocated to Canada. He is a senior solution architect. He just got relocated to Vancouver. There's a lot of opportunity there. I don't see any challenges in US or Canada at the moment. In fact, job markets are also very hot at the moment. I hope I was able to answer your questions. I would like to tell other participants to mute their microphone. A lot of background noise. I would also request everybody when you're not talking, please turn off your microphone. I think maybe, I don't know, you're not able to say something, or is there a mic issue? But I'm not able to hear you. Maybe once it is ready, you can take. I'll take your question at the end of the session. I was going to talk about, this is all the overview that I wanted to give it to you. But there is one more important part, which is related to cloud computing. I would like to discuss about that just to check. How many of you actually have heard it about cloud computing? Or have you used any application which is on cloud? I'm sure you would be using iCloud, right? You're on your iPhone. Zoom is also. Zoom is also cloud-based. But majority of the people may not use Zoom. But definitely they might be using iPhone, right? Guys, what happens on a cloud? In fact, OneDrive is also, I think OneDrive is also cloud. OneDrive is also cloud. It's on cloud. Yes, definitely. Microsoft Office 365 is also on cloud. Now it has moved to cloud like few years back. Yes, it is also on cloud. Guys, what is basically cloud? A cloud, if you say there is definition, like what is cloud computing, right? If I have to define it, it's an on-demand system. It's an on-demand system which is available on the internet. If you want to use any application, it is always available. There is no downtime, seriously, unless there is a maintenance. Workday is not available for 8 to 10 hours in a week. That is only on Friday night and Saturday morning for India time. That is the only duration on which it is not available. Otherwise, it is available 24/7. You can use it anytime, any day. That is how exactly it is used. Now it's a combination of different systems where your servers are common, your storage are common, the database is common, and there is a whole network which gets you connected to these distributed systems. Now, when you say that the storage is same, the servers are same, the database is same, then how different organizations can use it differently? Guys, what happens? These are big servers that they have hundreds of terabytes of space, thousands of terabytes of space. When you subscribe, when you take the services, you are allocated a specific amount of space on that based on your number of licenses that services are provided to you. But the resources will be common on that particular data center. The resources will be common. If you or another customer has some work on that server and you are doing something, it will support you. But if there is a long running request, for example, you have started running a report, and let's say there is a limit of 5 minutes, then this report will continue running till 5 minutes. If it is still not able to fetch the data, it will time out. Why it is done? Because there is a concept of multi-tenancy. We will talk that in detail. But this is just to give you, an understanding how exactly a cloud computing functions. Imagine that you have a apartment, like a society which has 3, 4 towers and you have 20 floors or 20-story building. Those 4 towers are 20 floors. And on each floor you have, let's say, 7 to 8 flats. 7 to 8 apartments. What is there? Now you will have a common parking space. You will have a common lift, right? All those things. Just imagine it is just like that. The configuration of each apartment will be different. Some will be 2 BHKs, 1 BHKs, 3 and 4 also. Depending upon how many licenses you are picking, that much space is getting allocated to you. It is exactly the same concept. Now, when I say the resources are common, what are these resources? Your parking space, your lifts, corridors, all those things are common, right? Not that inside your allocated space. That is not common, that is private to you. Similarly, when you subscribe, there is a private, VPN given virtual private network or VPN or virtual private cloud. That part of that section is belonging to you. No one can get in unless they have the authority right. That is how it is managed. Now I came to a word called multi-tenancy. Multi-tenancy, just imagine this. I gave you an example of, this apartment system. Every apartment will have allocated space. Now, if you want to use the corridor, you have to go through the same way, right? And let's say there is a maximum of space for 10 people or 15 people to go together. But if you are trying to push 16th or 17th people to go in that way, they will not be able to move right. That is the reason. You have a capacity. Now that capacity, how it is maintained, that you have been given an allocated time. Let's say if I have to do some operation, I will be given a specific time, and that time is basically called as governor limits. If I have to perform any operation, that operation I have to perform within that given time. If I am not able to perform it, then I will get a timeout error. What happens? I will have to make sure that my systems are optimized as much as possible, that all my work or the operation gets completed within that time. How it is possible, that we will see when we go into reports. There it plays a very important role. When we go into the report section, I will explain you about this. But this is, you can say, a conceptual part, that how exactly it works. Now coming on to cloud computing, which is now our core concept, because this tool is completely dependent on cloud computing. If I have to define again, as I stated, it's a shared system and on-demand IT service. The resources are available 24/7 except on maintenance day. And then it is pay-per-use. Pay-per-use means you will only pay as per the number of licenses. You don't have to buy anything. It is a subscription service, more like a Netflix, right? Whatever services you will choose, you will only pay for that much. If you have 5 users, you will only take license of 5. If you have 100, you will only take it for 100. It is not necessary that you take it for 2000. That is how it works. And one more thing that is very important here is cloud computing has 3 main pillars. You may have heard about infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Right? Have you heard about it? Any? Wonderful. Then you have another one, which is PaaS platform as a service. And the third one is software as a service, which is called a SaaS. What is the basic difference between all these three? Infrastructure as a service. Guys, nowadays the providers have started giving infrastructure also on cloud. Now, if you say that I need certain servers, operating system databases, and I don't want to install that as a permanent thing. I want to use it for the time being and give it back. It is basically a renting service. I will use that and I'll only pay for that amount of time till the time I'm using it. Otherwise, I'm not going to use it. In that, what I'm taking the infra, I'm taking the data centers, I'm taking the databases, I'm taking the network, I'm taking everything which is required for me. And what I need, I just need a good connectivity and a good laptop or desktop or a tablet to connect to that. And from there, I can keep on working. If I have to build something, if I have to, use the database, I can use it. If I have to build something, I can do that. If I have to develop something, I can do that. Right? That's how you know the dependency of people that you need a server in your premises is reducing. You really don't need it. because you can just take it and use it. And if you really don't need it, return it back. Just get your data. That's it. That's how exactly it has revolutionized the things. The hardware cost is almost removed. Who are the providers? You may have heard about AWS, Amazon Web Services, AWS, which is the most used system on the IS side at the moment. Then you have Oracle Cloud, Google Cloud, and then, you may have heard about other, players as well. But they are not much. But these are the main known players at the moment which are providing you. In fact, Microsoft has Azure, right? That is also a very good plan. You can say, you can. I would say the provider who provides you this infrastructure services IaaS. All these things are available. Then comes the next. I'm sorry. We have this Rackspace. Rackspace also is giving that service, right? What I'm trying to tell you is this is one of the most important pillars of cloud computing. The next pillar which comes here is PaaS, which is platform as a service. In this, what you have is you don't know the infrastructure part. That infrastructure visibility is taken away from you. You don't know what database is being used. You would not know what servers are being used. What middleware is being used. All those things are not given to you, but they will give you a platform. They will give you, you can say, a framework in which you can do the development. Now, if you have to build your own applications, you can go ahead and do that. Here's some organizations which have clubbed together and they build it Workday. Workday is a cloud-based tool. It would have been developed somewhere on some cloud platform. Now, which is that cloud platform? We don't know. But it is one of them. It may be their own cloud also. That is also possible. But yes, this is built on one platform. Now you can do the development. You can build your own applications, as many as possible. There is no limit of that. You will be using that platform. Whether you want to use Java in that, whether you want to use Microsoft applications or developer tools like, Azure or C2Flip or C Sharp. Whatever you want to use, you can. Whatever database you want to use, they will provide it to you. But the fact is, all the development will be done there. The only part which is hidden from you is the infra. You will not be knowing what infrastructure is being used at the back end. Who are the providers? Again, the same name. You will have, AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, Oracle. These are the four major players. I mean, there are a lot, but these are the four major players. Then what is? I have a question. What is the purpose of, not sharing the infrastructure details? Then, in case of the PaaS, if you are using a PaaS system, you really do not need to know what infrastructure is being used. Because if you want to know the infrastructure part, you will have to take the subscription of the infrastructure as a service module also. Why do you need that, right? Because you will have to pay extra for that. Those who do not want it, they can skip it. Got. And if you are using a PaaS model or PaaS service that infrastructure will be hidden. Definitely. Maybe the charges would be different then. Of course, the charges definitely will be different because you are taking more services than your PaaS. Right. Got it. And again, if you take infrastructure, which means you can build your own private cloud, got it. You really need that. If not, then why would I need to take it? That is the main reason that the infrastructure part is hidden. Then comes the next question. Excuse me, sir. Sorry to bother you in between. Suppose if the company, do you know any company who has a private cloud purchased from? Every company nowadays have private cloud. Every company, they will not reveal it, but they all have it. Because see what happens? They don't want to keep data in their own server because it is costing them huge amount of money. To maintain that server, they first of all have to keep the hardware. And one server is not enough. They will have to keep backup servers also. You never know which will go down when. Thank you. Almost all the organizations have now their data in cloud. But yes, they definitely have to abide by the country's law. For example, if you are in US, maybe the data cannot be stored out of US. Similarly, if you are in India, your data cannot be stored outside of India. Let's say your banking details, right? These organizations, the providers have built their data centers in every part of the globe. If you talk about AWS, they have data centers everywhere. In US, also Canada, also European countries, China, India, Japan, South Korea, Australia, everywhere they have built it because they know that they have to comply with the local laws, right? That's the reason they have built this kind of, system, right? Does it make sense? I'll come to the next point, which is your SaaS model, which is called as software as a service. In this, the application is already built and it is with you. In this part, you cannot make any customization. Customization means you cannot change the basic structure and the framework. You can only customize the things which they have given access to. Like you want to build some workflows, processes that you can customize as per your requirement. But you will not be able to change the look and feel of the application. It will look in the same way. You cannot make any changes on the UI. You cannot make the changes on the database because all the things will be hidden. You would not even know what infrastructure is being used, what platform is there on which the application has been developed. We will not know that. That is why all these SaaS based applications, it is, code free. Because it will not allow you to write much of the code. And they always say, whoever is building the application, that you don't really need to write the code to achieve something. Because that facility is already there in the system. You can achieve everything what you need without writing the code. That is another advantage of any SaaS-based tool. Now Workday is one of them. And Workday is very, very dynamic. Why I am saying very, very dynamic? Because you can change it as per your requirement very quickly. Not all these applications have much of flexibility. Whoever is the competitor, whether it is Oracle, Fusion, or you have success factors, they don't have much of flexibility as Workday. That's the reason they are lagging behind at the moment. If they improve their product, you never know. Now that might go into the market and it may outshine. But in the near future, another 5 to 10 years, I don't see that happening. But after that, it may happen. These are the things which I wanted to discuss regarding your overview and core concepts. Now, guys, one more thing which is there when I said that in the HCM system, you have multiple modules, right? Now, they are all interlinked. It is not that they are individual. It is called individual because they all have their specific purpose, but they are all interlinked. Now, when I said that there are 8 to 9, let's start once again. You have core, HCM and recruitment time tracking, leave and absence performance. You can say performance management or talent management. Then you have benefits, payroll, advance compensation, right? And there's one I am missing. Maybe that is analytics part of it. But definitely all these things are combined. Now why and how it is interlinked, everything is. I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear you. Brenda, you're saying something right. What do you mean by advance? Yes, advance benefits. Advance compensation. Advance compensation. Advance compensation. I'll tell you. In the core compensation, there are only two things. What are these two things? You have your fixed salary and then you have your variable amount. Not every organization follows that. Because if your organization is a public organization or they are giving some stock options, in that case, they would need advance compensation. Your core compensation will not be enough. Suppose some organizations gives you retirement benefits. That is also a part of benefits plus an advance compensation component would be added there. Yeah. These are the things which comes in your advance compensation. I'll show you when we go into the compensation chapter. There I will show you what are the things that comes in your advance compensation. The core compensation consists of your variable and your fixed salary. And 9% of the organization has this for sure. Rest remaining 10% of the organizations have one-time payments. They will give you RSUs like restricted stock units. It's more like a retention tool. Let's say you work in Amazon. Amazon will give you that. Let's give you 30 shares. And how you can claim it? You can claim it like 10% of the 30 shares in the first year. And after that, every quarter you are going to get like 20%, 25%, and 25%. At the end of 4 years, you are able to, or 3 years, you will be able to get all that 30 stocks. Right. What the company has done, the company has made you stay in the organization for 3 years. And that's just like a grid which is given, but how do you configure in the system? For that purpose, you have advance compensation. Someone has asked me how and where I can get the recording. You need to reach out to the support team. You know who asked you to join the session. They will be able to give you the recording. On this overview and core concepts that we have discussed today. Do you have any questions? I just want to know one thing. As we were discussing cloud computing, other than Workday, is there any other HCM tool which is on cloud? SuccessFactors is on cloud, but not on 100%. It has some components which is on cloud, and there are some which is on premise. You may need to install something. There are a lot. As of now, Workday is the only tool which is completely on cloud, But you will see some small, HCM system which is there on cloud. Sorry to interrupt, sir. I have a small suggestion. Please tell me. I have heard about one more tool called Zoho People. Definitely. Is Zoho. Now, what is the major difference between Workday and Zoho People? See, if you talk about concepts, concepts is same. Every HCM tool will have the same concept. But the fact is, the number of features which is given by Workday is way more than what features are given by Zoho. The features and different type of product suite which is given, like you have everything in one place in Workday. In Zoho, you may have to do a lot of connectors you have to use to connect a few things. But here it is not required. You can just get the license and start using it. Thank you, sir. No problem. Let it be any HCM system. Concept-wise, everything will be same. It will not change at all. But the fact is, feature-wise, the way you are doing things, how exactly you want to use it, that makes the tool user-friendly. Workday is very user-friendly, but it is very boring also. The reason to that is you cannot change anything on the UI. It will always be the same UI. That is the reason why we say it's a very boring tool, but very useful in case you want to use it the way you want to customize. You can do that. That's the best part of it. And customization does not require coding. That's the another advantage. These are the things which we have discussed today. These are the things which we have to use. This is, whenever you are able to log into the system, right? Whenever you log into the Workday, this is your home screen. Whenever you start working on Workday, this will be your landing page. Now, when I say landing page, the first page that you see is your landing page. This is very important part, guys. And when you actually start working on Workday, the first page is very important because from here only the navigation starts. And we are going to look into this into detail. When I say that this is very important, it means that we should be thorough with this page. The first icon which I'm going to talk about is this. This is called Workday Home icon. When I click on it, I'll be redirected to this screen. Irrespective of the place where I am, it will always take me to this screen. Alright, now this is my menu item. Now, whatever you see here, these are your applications. We all know that Workday has multiple applications. Why and how? Because you have multiple actions to perform. You have to, punch in your timing time card, basically mark your attendance. If you need to go on leaves, you have to look into the leaves, then apply for it. Then you might need to see, your performance score and everything that is also a part of it. Whenever appraisal happens, you may need to use it. You may need to use some of the reports in case you want to. How exactly it works is, this is where you see that this is going to help you. Now, this menu item is something which is very important. This search box that you see, this is basically called as global search. When I say global search, basically means anything you want to search, you just have to type it here and it will be in front of you. Even if I have to perform any action, I will use this box only. This is called a search box, and this is very, very important. Now, when I say it's very, very important, why? Because all the activity as a consultant, you will be doing it through this search box only. Let's say if I have to create something, maybe a report, I'll type in create custom report. See, the task is coming here. Now, as I stated, Workday is a task-oriented tool. There is no points and click for a consultant. For an end user, it is still there, but for a consultant, it is not there. Because a consultant should know the tasks and activities that they have to perform. And how will they know? Through practice. This search box has got IntelliSense. Now, when I say IntelliSense, what does that mean? You just need to write the first 3 letters. And you will see a lot of things is going to show you how. It is actually trying to read it and it's trying to match the things which you can look into. If I say custom report, see anything related with custom report will come. And if I say supervisory org, I just have to type in sub. You see, anything related to supervisory organization is coming here. Now for creating, I just type in create. All the things will come. Let's say I want to create a cost center. Run. This is the search box which has got IntelliSense. And as a consultant, I will be dependent on this. And I'll be dependent much that every day I'm going to use this only. These 3 things are clear to you. Then let's go to the next one, which is notification. You see this bell icon. This bell icon is basically your notification. Whenever you start working in an organization, right, you will get your email, corporate email. Let's say you start working in Microsoft and Microsoft is using Workday. In case it is using Workday, what it will do? It will map your email ID also with Workday system because that will become your login ID. Once it is mapped, any kind of information that is shared with you or by you, it will be in this form. That is your inbox and then notification. Any activity which you have to do, it will come as a notification. Let's say a training is assigned to you. You will get an email. Also, you will get a notification. That email will also be here and it also will be in your corporate email ID. You know the corporate email address you get. Like some organization uses Outlook, some may use Gmail. You know they have different ways, but whatever you will be using, you will be getting the email here and in your inbox of your corporate email ID also. It will say, let's say you are a manager and someone has applied for a leave. Then you will get an email stating that this person has applied for leave. Please review and take appropriate actions. What action? There will be a button to take action. When you click on that, it will redirect you to Workday. And then when you come into Workday here, also in that inbox, you will see that email and whatever the task is assigned to you. You see, create position sales manager, right? This is a position that is supposed to be created. The request has come to this user and this user is supposed to complete it. That's how it works. You will see a lot of things going here. Hiring assigned organizations create positions again. Again, whatever things has to happen, it has to happen through this email and this is your inbox. It is mapped with your original corporate email ID, which is going to help you perform this activity. And then you have this notification. Any action that you need to perform. Let's say you are running a report, and then the report is taking little time to complete. It will come and tell you that please notify me later. You can click on that. Whenever that run is complete, you will get this notification here that your report is complete or your report is generated. You'll get certain notification like you see document is available, and this document which was supposed to be available is now available. If you just look at it, you will have a lot of information that is coming here. This is about your first main screen. Menu Workday Home search box. Wherever you are, you can just, if you want to go to your home screen, just click on this. Then the search box will always be available. It will not go. Then this notification and inbox will also be available. Any questions up till now? Anything that you have not understood here, please let me know. Everything is clear. That's wonderful. Then comes this option, which is your user. In real time, when you are logged into your system, when you start working in any of the organization, you will have your own user. This user has a lot of information. If you want to look at the profile, just click on this. You will be able to go to the profile of the user. Let's see what happens. This is the Workday account. You know this person is member of these many security groups. Then these are the customer reports, all those things you will get. But this is still not giving you the complete view. I'll show you a complete view later. But we go into the security. This is my home screen. If I just click on home, I'll go back to the home screen. There are multiple ways by which you can go to the home screen. Right? This is my account. If I click on it, see it says change password preference and all the other things, but don't do that. This is just to show you. Now you see there is a very important thing we just called as workbench. Now, what does this do? When you click on this, it will give you all the applications for you to work. Now you see how does it look like? This has completely changed, right? You have to go to the front. Sorry, I could not hear that you're talking to me. Right. Workbench is basically a view which gives you the access to your applications and your inbox and other parts of it. If you have anything pending, you will see here, create position right. You see that. You saw that in the inbox. The same things have been displayed here. Now these are my applications which were there. And this is now being shown in this way. All these applications are basically called as worklets. And these are all your small icons. Like you have, a desktop, a shortcut on your desktop. Let's say you have to go to my computer. You will have a shortcut on your desktop, right? If you have to go to a document or a folder, you will have a shortcut on your desktop when I click on that, it will redirect me to that place. Correct? Yes or no? Yes. Similarly, Workday also provides you certain applications in the form of worklets. All of these applications have a specific usage, and all these usages are very, very important, which you need to perform. Now, how do you configure this? If I have to configure, how do I do that? I'll come on to this place, which is the workbench. Then you see this gear icon. Right? It says configure applications. I click on it. And now it will take me to configure worklets. Let's see how exactly it looks like. It's loading. It will take some time. I don't know why, but you see, this is what your processing is. In case you don't want that this happens, then you can click on, let me know later. And then in the later, once that process is complete, you will get a notification here. Right. Here, what you see is configure worklets. Guys, all these applications, as I stated, is worklet. There are two types of worklets. One which is called as required worklets. Another is called as what? Optional worklet. Right. Anything where you see issue. Let's say, as per your roles and responsibilities, when you join your organization, you will be given certain access to the applications. Not only access, but specific application will be there. Every employee is supposed to log in and, update their timesheet. Correct. Everybody has to mark their attendance. And if they are using Workday for that, then that application has to be given to all the employees. Because if they don't submit the timesheet, then how will you actually go ahead and help them? Are you getting my point? In this way, there are multiple applications which are given access, which is basically it is given to everybody. The access of that application is given to everybody, that they can use it. That type of application is not your optional worklet. It becomes your required worklet. Even if you do not want that, it will still be there because it is set up as a required worklet as per your role. And apart from that, if you need some specific applications, then for that purpose you have optional worklets. And these optional worklets are basically something which you can keep by yourself, like how you keep icons on your desktop. Similarly, you can keep on adding the shortcut to that application and you can add it. Now you see the fact is there can only be 20 worklets. There can be a maximum of 20 worklets. Right now there is 7. I can add 30 more. Let's say if I just go ahead and click on this, it will give me a new role. New role will come here, and on this new role, I can go ahead and add another worklet to be added. It is still loading. The tenant is slow these days. I'm not sure why, but it is taking. Someone has raised hand. Amanda, yes, please tell me what is the request. We can add ourselves. We can add worklet by ourselves or we will get permission from our hiring. No. See, that's what I'm showing you, right? That you can add your optional worklets, not the required ones. I have a similar question. Similar question. And whatever you're configuring here, is that only for you or for the whole org? This is only for me at the moment. Got it. Right. Now, if you want to configure it for somebody else, you don't give the permission here. The permissions are basically given on the roles that we will see later. You know how exactly that is given is depending upon your roles, because every employee who joins the organization will be assigned a role that is mandatory. Without a role, you cannot have an account. You cannot create a Workday account for them. Got it. Thank you. No problem. The request is the required worklets we cannot see here. No, it is not there. I mean, basically, it is not put for you. For this user, it is not there, but generally you will see some of the required. We can see. Sorry, your voice is breaking. We can see it. Oh, we can see the required worklets over here, or if there is some somewhere else. No, it will be here only. If there is anything required, it will be here only. We cannot edit that. I mean, you cannot remove it. See, at the moment I can remove this. I have removed it. Right? The required ones I will not be able to do. Required worklets will be visible in Workbench only. It can be visible in your menu card also, in case it is there if it is available. I added it again and then I can go ahead and click on. You see, it says that this is a new which thing has got added. Now, see select the optional worklets you would like to include on your Workbench page. Now, what is the limit here? The maximum you can have. How many worklets? Always remember that because you know it can be an interview question. Shivani has a question she has put on the chat. We will not be working on all the optional worklet. Not necessary. You know, it is completely your choice what you want to keep it as your optional worklet. You have the right to do that. If you don't want any optional worklet, you can remove it also. It's like if you're working on particular integration, then only that will be under the required worklet, right? Again, required worklet is something which you cannot control. It will be controlled basically by the security administrator, whoever owns the tenant. They can add or remove anything which is there. Is there any limit for required worklets also? No, it is not for optional. It is for both. In total, you can have only 20 worklets, whether it is required or optional. Sir, I have a question. In configure worklets, do we have a required worklet just like optional worklets? I can see on the screen. Yes, you will have required worklets also. Sir, I have a question. Can we call required worklets as a static and optional or dynamic? I could not hear that. Can you repeat that? Can we call required worklets as a static and optional or dynamic? No, it is nothing like that. It is just an application. And just don't think anything is static or dynamic. Required worklets are a default worklets, which is, yes, you can say required worklets are default worklets. That is better. But this will be set by the domain right. The required, I mean the default worklets. Yes, the required worklets will be set up by the administrator. And the other thing is we can custom and keep it. That's what you're trying to say. Optional worklet is something which you can put by yourself. You can customize it. Sir, what is the difference between favorites and workbench? Is there any difference if both are same? No, both are not same. I'll show you the favorites, then let it load. This is really slow at the moment. I don't know what happened. But ideally, it is never slow. I'll just try to cancel it. Actually, some error has occurred and it has come out of the page and it is asking me to log in one more time. You got the access to the tenant. Yes, sir. Maybe you need to just log in again because this is a shared tenant, guys. A lot of people uses it. It cannot be given like a dedicated tenant. A lot of people uses this because this is a practice tenant. Sometimes you might see that your user might change also. Right? But don't worry, I'll show you a way by which you can go back to the same user again and perform your activities. You know, looks like there is some issue with the tenant today and I'm not sure what. It started loading. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please tell me. I was just asking. As per our roles and responsibilities, we will be working on the work list. If we are given the role of like 10 work list, then we will be working on that and not another one. Right? Or we'll be creating as per the work for ourselves. Sorry, can you repeat once again? I could not hear that again. I'm saying if we have joined the organization, we are given the task of working on 10 work list, but the work list are like 20. We will be creating the work list or we'll get the portal with the work list created and we'll be working on that. Or we have to create it. No, no, you don't have to create anything. As a user, all the things will be given to you. Those required work list will already be assigned on your profile. Right, right. The required work list will differ from person to person depending on their roles and positions. Yes, it will differ from person to person. For HR, there could be something else which is required. For a software engineer, it is something else that is required. For an accountant, it is different, which is required, right? Depending upon your job role, everything is configured in that way. I hope you are able to understand what I'm trying to say. Till the time it loads, let's discuss something else. I hope up till now things are clear to you, right? Yes. Thank you. I'm just reaching out to the support team to say, this is what I'm facing. Give me a minute. It started working. But still, should it take a minute or two? I have one more question. Is there ever a business need to create custom work lists? And if is that like a possibility on the platform? Sorry, can you repeat that? What was that? Is there ever a business need to create custom work lists? Yes, sometimes it is required. You may need to create it. And that's supported basically on this platform. Yes, it is supported. It will give you an option. I'll show you that as well. That is what I tried doing it, but it started loading. There you go. Let's say I want to add something, right? Let me add a row. I think I got one. I'll remove one and I'll add another one. How do we do it? I click on this. Here you see all default work lists and create, right? You can do anything of your choice. You want to use some default ones. Default is already there. All these things you are seeing, it's already there. If you want to go ahead and look into all work lists, that also you can do. Whatever the options that are available, and in case I want to create something, let's see. It says bulletin worklet or campaign worklet. Now bulletin worklet basically means that you let me show it to you. Let it load. There's something which you want to add here. Let's say this says landing page group for bulletin worklet. Now bulletin worklet means then that is something which you want it to be available on your workbench. Maybe any custom report. Maybe I'm just checking for that custom report. You want this to be as a worklet and you want on if we whatever we want on our workbench, that will be a shortcut for us, right? Basically, it becomes like an application for you. You can easily access it. That's the only use. And we can access it only after creating a worklet and goes to the application. Anything you want to put, like I'm trying to search for a report. I think I created one report and I'm going to put that report as a worklet. What will happen? I'll get a shortcut for that and it will be added there. That's what it means. And you can create anything of your choice. Right now, it is still searching. I'm not sure what it is, why it is taking time. Ideally, does not take time, but today it is taking. When you say create, do you mean what? Do you mean you're something which is already existing in the Workday or something which is absolutely new, which is not in the Workday, and you want something different? What do you mean exactly when you say create? Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I'm not able to get your clarity. I don't know. And when you say create, you're talking of an application which is already existing in the Workday or something. It's already there. Exactly. You are creating an icon for it. That is the meaning of worklet. What did I say initially? Worklet is more like an icon that you are able to access that application. Anybody who has to access any application, that has to be an icon on their workbench. But if it is already existing, then it should come in the drop down menu only. Yes, not drop down, but it's something which you want to use it and create it. Example time off. Time off is an application with the help of that you can go ahead and create. Submit your leave application. But in case worklet is not created for that, then it will not come. You will have to create a worklet for it. By default, the worklet is not there for all the applications. Yes, by default, it is not there. You'll have to create it. But guys, looks like there is some issue with the tenant. I'm not sure what, but I'm just trying to cancel it. But if you want to try, you can just do it. You can just try it at your side, but not right now. Looks like there is some issues going on, but you can put anything of your choice. Maybe something I want to put as a recruitment. Recruitment is not there, right? I'm sure that there must be a worklet created for that. Let's see if I'm able to get anything for recruitment. I can just add it. If I don't get it, I'll have to create a worklet for it. For example, if I have created any custom report that can act as a worklet. Yes, it can act as a worklet. I have to search the particular custom reported, what I've created, and then I think I have to give a label of my choice. Yes, that is correct. That will become an application. Correct. This is the problem. And also I can use the existing, the worklet, right? Yes, you. Fine, thank you. I'm just trying to load everything again. The worklet created by me, can they be accessible by other people? Or is it just accessible for myself? No, it will be available only for you, but this tenant is a shared tenant. In this, it can be accessed by anybody. But in real time it is not. Yes, in real time it will not be accessible. That is what I wanted to discuss on worklets. And now you see, this is your standard navigation. For us, a simple user. When I say simple user, basically someone who uses Workday as an end user, who uses it as their day-to-day activity. As an employee, let's say I joined the organization as an artificial intelligence expert. For me, what is the usage of Workday? Why will I access Workday? What do you think? To fill the leave application to. Basically for my HR related work, right? AR. I will mark my attendance. I will see the leaves which I have got. If I have to apply for leaves, I'll do it. If I have to see my salary details, I can see the compensation. If I have to look into, the bonuses, I can do that. If I need to look into my salary slips, I can do that. Generally, a person is only going to use Workday for all these purposes. But as a consultant, I'm not going to use Workday only for this specific purpose. As a consultant, I will have to build everything in Workday, right? For me, this home icon, inbox notification, all these things does not matter. What matters is the search box. Whatever permissions I have, according to that, I will have the tasks available. And apart from that, each user will have their kind of workbench given to them. They will get a workbench, and on that workbench, your, applications that they have to access, it will be there. Apart from that, they will not see anything. They will not have even an access to type in a task here. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? It depends upon your roles and it depends upon how you want to use it. This is how exactly it works. Someone asked me, yes, sorry, tell me, please. I have a question. As you said, this application would be visible to us only. I mean the user who is using it. But is it visible to our manager as well? As you said, it will be visible only to the user. No manager will not have access to all these things. Manager will only be able to see the workbench. Even if you are in the hierarchy, what the manager has to do with this kind of access is right. What you're looking into Workday is anyway, you're going to get only your data. Even if you have access to anything else, but you will not have access to the data of other employees. But if he's indirect, if he's our direct manager, and if you want to do any performance appraisal or something like that, that is different. That is different. That is different story. But what I'm trying to tell you is what are the things which are available on your wall. What applications you have chosen as your worklets. What is your required worklets and your optional worklets. All those things your manager will not be able to see. They can look at some of your data, maybe your phone number, your address, your compensation details. That's it. They will not be able to know what's your bank account number, what's your passport number, or any social security number you have. All those things are hidden. Those are all very personal to you. If I'm a normal user, I think I'm a developer. If I just open this Workday homepage, can I just use this global search to create some task? Yes, you. If you have that permission, you can. I mean, in general, I'm saying like in spite of whether I have an access or not, if it is a default page, can I create some? No, not in that case. If you will have the permissions, then no. The search icon will be disabled for them or how? No, it will not be disabled. It will be available, but they will not be able to get anything out of that search. They cannot create any basic reports or any. No, you mean to say the end user will get all this interface, but only the consultant will get all these features? Correct. Correct. That is correct. Someone asked. Basically, the consultant will work as a back-end user, back-end person. See, as a consultant is somebody who is going to develop something right. You are more like a developer or tester, or you are going to support the client right. In that case, if you don't have access to the applications properly, how will you support them or how will you do the development? You will not be able to do it. And again, one more thing. Guys, any developer who is doing the development, they don't have access in production. They will only have the access in the sandboxes, which is your development environment. Production. Access is not even given to the developer. Are you getting my point? Right. Production access is not even given to the developer because production instance has a lot of confidential data, right? A lot of employees, let's say there are 10,000 employees. The personal details of all the employees would be there. A very selective people have got the access to the production. Maybe the team lead or somebody who is the lead developer or lead consultant, they may have access to the production instance. For just a normal employee who is not who is not a Workday consultant, he basically has an access. For example, if he just have to check HR activities, do you think like all these other icons are disabled for him? He cannot even create the basic default reports. No, they can create basic reports. The main information, of course, it is not accessible to anyone. That's fine. I'm talking about just general reports. You need to tell me what report you would like to create as an employee. What do you think? No, I'm just curious to know whether they can access the search or not. Search, they will have, let's say they want to search for an employee. Let's say I want to search for Logan. I'll be able to search that. As an employee, I'll be able to do it. I'll be able to see the team. You know from which team he or she is, who is their manager. All these things I'll be able to see, but nothing related to their personal data or any other information. I'll not be able to create anything. I may have you access, but nothing like create access. Let's see. I got this as an employee. You see, I'm able to get into the profile, but you see, I will not have every information. As a consultant, I'll be able to see a lot of things, but as a user, I'll not be able to see the compensation and all. I can just see their teams. That's it. I cannot see anything beyond that. When I click on compensation, see, I'm able to see everything. Because I have the permission, but other employees will not have the permissions. They will not be able to see anything related to other employee. Got. Oh, also for that inbox, you know the mailbox, it's kind of the request, whatever coming from the end user. We are going to modify that. What it is, indicating that the mailbox other than the business communication. A mailbox is going to help you in performing the activities. Let's see this fixed business process. This is a task which is coming. See, restart business process, right? Now I have this create position sales manager. Maybe it has come to me for approval. Right. All these things are going to come as an action to you. You see these actions. You have to perform this. I think she's asking from whom we are getting these things, these actions. Say, for example, end user is using, there is a HR team who will perform all the HR activity for employees. The HR operation team might have some access, right? In that scenario, it will come under this, the task or action that we can, any kind of an approval, we can give it to the HR person, correct? For example, I'll give you a very simple example. You work in a team, right? And you have applied for a leave. That leave application will go to your manager. Correct. Correct. Now that manager has nothing to do with Workday. He or she is working in some other department, let's say admin department, but they're using Workday. Correct. They will get that email in the inbox. Then they will log into Workday. They will come to this and say approved. Like you have submit here, it will be a button like approved. Once you approve it, your task is done. Right. Is that clear to you? This is how the system is configured, and as per your roles and responsibilities, you will be getting the information. The next part is this is common for all. Even if you're a consultant, you will get the same screen. Even if you are an end user, you will get the same screen. But what matters? This matters because you know this is somewhere you will be given extra permissions which end user will not have. Even if they want to create something like I'm getting the task, create supervisory organization. Right? I'll get that. But the end user will not get it. Let's say create location. I'm getting, I don't know why it is not coming, but ideally it should come. See, I got this right. Create location. This end user will not have it. Even if they try to do it, they will say this is not available for you. In fact, it will not say that, but it will not give any results. It will show 0. For the end user, what kind of search bar can come? For example, can you? The same thing will come. Same thing will come, but you are saying that for create location, that will come for the consultant person. But for the end user, the look and feel will not change. This will exactly remain the same, but you will not have the permission to create anything. Right? Get it? And if we say create worklet, then how it will come? Create worklet is not here. From where did I show it to you? No, I'm just asking if we want to create a worklet. How did I show it to you? From where you will do it. From JRecon 1 config of Workbench. From there, you will do it right. Devashes all the tasks that are there listed somewhere because we'll get to know as and when we start practicing. But is there a dictionary of all the available tasks? No, there is nothing like that. That is the problem. You need to note down all the things. This is what I wanted to explain to you in basic and additional navigation and worklets. This is how it works. Guys, today our agenda is to complete chapter 1 and there is one topic which is left which is called as business objects. Guys, what happens? A table is a form in which your data is represented. Whenever you have any data which is represented in the form of rows and columns, that is basically a table. Right example, shared is an Excel sheet. Now, if you have multiple Excel sheets, it means it's a collection of different tables. Correct. In a table, you have column name and then according to your column name, the data is populated in the rows. Let me show it to you. It would be easy. Let me open any Excel sheet which is there in this. See, this is one I tried to create an integration. You see this? I got location name, location usage right. And I'm putting the values here. Delhi business site, Mumbai business site, right? What are these? These are my column names and this is a data. The data is always going to be in my rows and this column name is basically my field name. If you see, with this field name there is something associated. Are you able to read this? What is written here? Right. You see this one. What does it say? Then I'll just try to show you some more things. You see number. Right. Now, what does it denote? It denotes that the location name that you see, this field name that you see it, will contain text value. For this effective date, the value which is to be put here, it will be your date value. Guys, every column or every field that you use, it has to be associated with the data type. Everywhere, wherever you use anything that you use, everything will contain a data type. Example, first name. What you will fill in that. In case you have to fill a form where it is asking your first name, what will you put there? Right. Now it's asking you of date of birth. Then what would you put there? It is going to be date, right? It's more like a calendar. You have to select the date and the year and the month. Right. We call that as date. Now let's say it's asking, are you married? Accordingly, you will choose the value. If you are married, you will choose yes. If you are not married, you will say no. Correct. This kind of values which is stored, it is basically called as Boolean because it is either storing yes or either storing no. Either storing 0 or either storing 1 or either storing yes or storing no. What I'm trying to tell you is that with every field, there will be an associated data type. Now, if you remember, I said that in Workday, when you use Workday is a SaaS-based application. SaaS to software as a service. We don't know what is the database which they are using, but it is a software. It is an application. For sure they are for sure they are using some database. Right. Because without database, it is not possible to store the data. We don't know what the database is. How can we access the data? Workday has given us a feature that all the tables that are there in their database will be called as business objects. Every table which is there in the Workday system is a business object. And a collection of business objects will create a database. Here, we don't have access to their database, but we have access to business objects. Business object is just like a table. You will have fields with each field. You will have a field type like data type. Then with each way, you will have to say whether it has been given to you by Workday or this is created by us. All these things I am going to show you, but I just wanted to give you an overview. Workday stores the data in the form of business objects. Every business object will have fields, and each field will have a data type. And we will know that from where this field has come. Is this Workday created field or created by us? That is, what is the use of business object? But it has multiple things which I'm going to show you now. Alright guys, now I have a keyword which is called as BO. Now BO stands for business object. If I have to type in or get into a business object, I will have to type this keyword and I'll take you to the most used business object which is there. Work. Now, without worker, Workday is nothing. Without worker, Workday is 0. Because if you don't have a worker, you will set up Workday for whom? Right? This is the most important or the base table of Workday, and it takes some time to load also because there is many fields with it. I'll show it to you. See, it's taking some time, right? It's processing your request. It will take at least 30 to 40 seconds to load, and I hope it comes up. With each business object, there are 4 tabs, guys. You know, 4 very important type of, you can say, parameters. Each business object will have fields. Then it will have related business object. Then the third will have data source. And then it will have reports. It is now loaded. Now you see you have fields, related business objects, data source, and reports. Now why this business object is important? This business object is important because each business object will give you fields. You see 16 since 1. These are the number of fields that you have. Although the maximum number of fields in this list will be custom field. Custom field basically means people will be creating it like me and you would be creating it. That's the reason you have many fields. Ideally, you may have 10,000 or 2,000 fields, which is given by Workday, or maybe a little more than that, but not beyond that, right? The number has increased because this is a practice tenant, and you know, people keep on using it and creating the number of fields here. Here you see I got fields, and within this field, I will have these columns. I'll not talk about related business object or built-in prompt. Let's talk only till these 4 columns. What are these? Field name, description, field source, and field type. In Workday, you don't hear that term called data type. What it will tell you? Field type, but it means the same. That what kind of value this field is going to hold. Like you have this field here, location name. It will contain text values. That's the reason the data type mentioned here is text. Similarly, if you see this number of hires or half hires, it is put as numeric, which means it will contain number. Every field will have a field source and field type. Now talking about field source, guys, there are 2 type of field source. Or you can consider that there are 2 types where Workday has defined the field source. One is called as Workday delivered. Another is called as calculated. Workday delivered is basically it's a standard field. Here you see it is a Workday delivered field, which means it's a standard field. And if you see calculated, it's a custom field. What does that mean? That Workday delivered is given by Workday to us. Every field will have a field source and a field type. Now, field type tells you what kind of data you are going to hold. There are 7 to 8 type of fields, field type in Workday. First you have seen is numeric. It will contain numeric data. Alright. And I hope you know what is numeric data. It is basically your numbers. Then comes, you see here it says multi-instance. Now, this is very interesting. Multi-instance basically means that you can choose multiple values from a list. You might have seen a field where it gives you multiple values and it will ask you select 3 values from there. Multi-instance basically means a field which is a drop-down where you have multiple values. And out of that multiple values, you can select multiple values for displaying. Here is an example. Now, when you create your profile on a job portal, what does it ask you? It asks you to choose the location where you are trying to find a job. Correct. And it will ask you like choose 3 or 4 locations, not more than that. It will give you a list of cities or no, maybe the list of values you will see there. Out of that list, it will ask you choose only 3 or 4, whatever the setup is. When you choose it, it will only allow you to choose 4. That is the meaning of multi-instance. When you choose the city for job, you can choose Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kolkata, whatever it is. If you are in US, you may select, let's say Chicago, maybe other cities. I really don't remember the name, but maybe you can just think of it like San Francisco, San Jose. Then you have Michigan, Detroit, New York. You can choose any value. You are not choosing one value out of that list. You're choosing multiple values. Now, how many multiple values you can choose? That can be controlled. Now you understood number or numeric, then you understood multi-instance. There is one more which is called a single instance. Multi-instance where you can select multiple values. Correct. In single instance, you can only select one value. That's the difference between multi-instance and single instance. Where you can use that, when you fill in your address, you choose your country. Right. You get the list of values, but out of that you only choose one country. That is an example of single instance. You have a list of value out of which I'm going to select only one, not more than that. Now we have understood numeric, multi-instance, single instance. Then comes text. A text I hope everyone knows. You can enter your alphabets or numbers, but if whenever you enter your number, that is also considered to be a text. You cannot have any arithmetic operations on this. And then comes one more thing which is called as date. We have spoken that when you select date, you will be able to put the day, month, and the year. Right. Then there is one more which is called as date and time. In this, you will be able to choose the date like day, month, and year. After that, it will also ask you to enter the time. Now, numeric text single instance, multi-instance, then date and time. Then there's one more. In fact, there are 2 more, but there is another one which is Boolean. Boolean, I have already spoken. It gives you either yes or no, true or false, 0 or 1, whatever it is. And then there is one more, which is called as currency. Right? Currency, what it will do. Each country has its own currency. Correct? And whenever you start working in any country, you have 2 options. Do you want to choose global currency or you want to choose local currency? all the currencies will be loaded in Workday, whether it is your local or global. Now, what is your company currency that you have to define? If you are a global company, you may choose USD. If you may choose INR, you may choose British pound or whatever or euro. Right. What will happen here? You are choosing a currency. Now, if you have started working somewhere, let's say Russia, you know that they are only operating in their local currency. There, you don't have an option. You will only choose ruble. It all depends on what currency you are choosing, where you are operating, and what are the laws. Based on that, you can choose currency. That is how it works. Now, guys, this is about your fields. Then comes another one which says related business objects. Now, what does this do? You would have seen different tables in your database. I'm just giving you an example. For example, you have employee table. Right? And then you have salary table. Fields like employee ID, you will have that in your employee table also, and you will have that in your salary table also. If there are fields which are common between two tables, the table which is there that becomes a related table. In Workday terminology, what do we call related? What do we call a table? Business objects. That's the first thing I told you. Business object is just like a table that you have in a database. Now I said that there are two tables, employee and salary. An employee has one field which is employee ID. They are using in worker or employee table also, and they are using it in the salary table also. That field belongs to, let's say, employee table, but it is being used in your salary table also. Now, when they have a relationship, when they are related, this related table is called as related business object. Table is called as a business object, but now you have a relationship established. It becomes a related business object. Again, what is a table? It is a collection of rows and columns. Columns are called as fields. Now you have two tables, employee and salary. You have one field which is employee ID. Now that belongs to employee table, but that same field is used by salary table as well. Now, what is that? There is a relationship. Right? Now, this field is common between two tables. Now they become related table. Now, in Workday terminology, what you call a table? It is called as business object. Alright, now you have understood fields. Now we are going to related business object. Here we have understood that if there are fields which are common between two business objects, we call them as related business object. Now here you see you have business objects and you have number of links. The number of links is nothing but the number of fields which are common. You see this academic appointment. I will click on this. This is my field name, academic appointment title. And this is used by academic appointment. but this field belongs to worker. Do you see that? I will tell you. The field, whoever is the owner of the field. This field is in worker business, object worker table. This field belongs to worker. Worker is the owner of this field, but this field is being used by academic appointment. In this scenario, academic appointment becomes my related business object. Whoever is the owner of the field will be called as primary business object. And whichever business object is using it, it will be called as related business object. Whoever is owning this field is owned by worker. Worker, here is my primary business object. You will not see that word primary, but I'm just trying to tell you that you understand it. Worker is my primary business object because worker owns these fields. But this is being used by academic appointment. Academic appointment becomes my related business object. Anything you create under worker, worker is the owner of that field, right? If I go ahead and create a calculated field under worker, who owns that field? Under which business object is that field? Worker is your primary business object. In case that field is not used by anybody else, there is no relationship. There will be no related business object. If one is written, what does that mean? There is one field which is common between worker and this particular business object. If there is two, there are two fields which is common between worker and this business object. There are 39 also. There are 39 fields which is of worker and but being used by abstract review rating business object. Now you see, here you have got number of links 2. And this is the business object which is absence occurrence. Now, if I have two number of links, which means that there are two fields which is common between worker and absence occurrence. Right. Whichever business object is using the field, they become related business object. Whichever field is owner of the field becomes the primary business object. Guys, don't forget these. These are very important things. We will use this when we go ahead into the integration. There also we will use this. We will. When we create the reports, then also we will use this. It is very important to understand business objects. This is very important topic that we are doing. Let's say I have another business object here. This you. This field was there in the worker from a long time and it was not used by any other business object. It is not a related business object anymore. But I started using it. Then only my relationship established between worker and academic appointment. If I don't use it, if I stop using it, then there is no relationship on this field. What it helps us in doing is it reduces the number of field creation because it is already there. I can use it. Why do I need to create it again and again? This improves your reusability, concept of object-oriented programming. I'm talking little technical. Don't go by that. You can ignore it. This is an option which says links to related business object. In this section, you will find worker business object. Field is being used by 650 business object. Then there is another which is just the opposite. Links from related business object. Here you saw that the field of worker was used by different business objects. Similarly, Worker can also use the field of other business object. Yes, if you see this one, abstract business asset and asset share. If I click on this, this is my field name issue 2. And this belongs to abstract business asset and asset share. This business object owns this field. Here you see, worker is my related business object. And this field becomes not this field. I'm sorry, this business object becomes my primary business object. This relationship helps you in building reports. When you try to go ahead and build reports, this kind of relationship will only help you get the relevant information. How will you do that? You have to get into the business object, find the related business objects, which fields are, in the relationship. You can go ahead and pull the data accordingly, which we will see when we go into chapter 8. Right now, this is the first chapter, but I'm just giving you an overview that we will see the usage of all this when we go to chapter 8. Let's say job profile, right? I'll just hit enter. With the help with this word job profile, you see how many business objects would come. See, not every business object is required. But it is good to know because when you go into the real time, right, you will have few things only to cover. And if you know the keywords, you can easily get into any business object and find the information what you need. That is the reason I said concept is more important than anything else. Here, in this all kinds of classes or sessions that I will take, all these are conceptual part. This will help you in the long time. Now you see, there are 10 business objects which is related with job profile. If you look into this, you will have very limited number of fields, like in worker, there are 16 salanzit. If I go into the job profile, right, I may have maybe 200 or in fact less than that also. Every table or every business object has field according to their usage. Not everybody or not every field will have, not every business object will have many fields. You see, it's 79 compared with worker 16,000 and 6,379. See the difference, right? Thank you. Is the concept of business objects clear to everybody? What is business object? What is field? What is related business object? All these things are clear. Why I'm saying it? Because we are going to revisit this chapter or revisit this topic when we go into reports. But without knowing business objects, you will not be able to create reports. Now you know why I'm saying that, because report contains data. Data comes from your database. Now we know that in Workday there is no database exposure. What they have exposed business objects. What does business object contain? Your fields. And if I have to create reports, I need to know what field I have to use. In order to know the field, I need to go into the business object. That's the reason why business object plays a very important role. I'll go into the business object again. The navigation is go to worker. This is how you can go to any business object. BO colon, the name of the worker, the name of the business object. I have put the name of the business object as worker here. I'll go into the worker. Here we have understood that there are 4 tabs that you would see. One is your field. Second is your related business object. Now third is your data source. Yesterday we discussed on fields and related business objects. Today we are going to talk about data sources and reports. This will wrap up our chapter 1. Now, next week when we meet, we will start with organization. This organization is going to basically help you start the configuration. Alright, I'll update you on that part. Alright, now you're able to see worker business object in front of you. Let's go directly into data source. Guys, data source is there in Workday because of some specific reason. Now, when we create any kind of report, now, if you remember, I said that in cloud computing, right, you cannot have a monopoly on the resources. The resources are equally shared. Right? You remember that? When I say the resources are equally shared, you cannot have a monopoly. What does that mean? It means that a resource is used by different customers. We cannot customize each and everything to our needs. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? We cannot customize it completely to our individual needs. No, not like that. You can customize, but only the things which is customizable as per your needs. That is fine. But I'm talking about resources. Resources you cannot monopolize, which means, let's say I want to run a report. Now, the report which I have created takes a very long time to run. There is a limit, there is a governor limit that any resources which is available to you will be available only for some specific amount of time. And for example, I can take 5 minutes. When you start running a report, the reports should run in 5 minutes only. If it is taking more than 5 minutes, it will break or it will give you a time of error. I was saying that you have a time limit for every activity. Which means if you are running a report, let's say you have a maximum time to run, that is 5 minutes. If anything goes beyond that 5 minutes, it will give you a timeout error. When I say timeout error, basically it means that you need to ensure that the report is in the most optimized manner. And it will not take more than that much amount of time to run. That is the meaning that the resources cannot be monopolized. You don't have the authority that I have paid for it. I need the resources. I will keep it till the time I want it. No, you cannot do that. Can you please repeat? Devashish, I did not get it. I'll repeat it for you. Let's say I have a report. I have created a report. Now that report is going to run. It is going to extract the value and give that value in front of me on the screen. Now imagine that it is taking more than 5 minutes and there is a limit of running the report. You know, the time limit is defined as 5 minutes. If anything goes beyond 5 minutes, Workday says that you are not allowed to perform that activity which is taking more than 5 minutes. There is a time limitation. Every time you see that you will have a challenge. So what happens when maybe your laptop is slow or the data has an issue? What happens? It will time out. We have to repeat the action again. But still, if it is taking more than 5 minutes again, it will time out. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say here? The main thing is timeout. If you want that, the report should be running fine without any challenges. It has to complete within 5 minutes. You cannot. This 5 minute is example you are giving, or is it same for everyone? It's not like it's an example. This is an example. This is an example. For everything, there is different time limit. This is just an example that what exactly happens if you have that problem. What would you do if that report is not running within that stability amount of time, or Workday gives you a way in which you can optimize your report? Which means I need to ensure that the report I am creating is in the most optimized form. Now, in order to do that, you need the right data source. In order to do that, you would need the right data source. Another important point to be noted, which you all should remember, if we have to create a report, we need to know the data source from where you are getting the data. When I am going to create a report, I will use data source like this data source are all active and terminated workers. What this contains, let's see. It says accesses the worker as its primary object and returns 1 row per worker. Only includes all active and terminated workers, which means if there are retired employees, it will not contain your retired employees. In case you have retired employees, their data will not come, guys. Imagine if there are 50,000 employees in your organization, and out of that 50,000, 10,000 are retired employees. 10,000 records are gone, right? It will not be returned in your report. Anyways, when it is not coming in your report, then what will happen? Your report will have less data. Correct. Correct. It will give the data in the stipulated amount of time. Yes, or data source helps you in building the report and optimizing the report. But it has written all active and terminated workers. But then you're saying that the terminated workers are not included in the report. Sorry, what did I say? You said that the terminated workers will not be included in the report. I'm not saying terminated workers. I'm saying retired workers. Basically, which kind of report are we looking at? We can look at any report. I'm looking at a worker data report. Thank you. Every report in Workday, whenever you create a report in Workday, it will require a data source. Guys, you need to come to a business object to find the right data source for your report. See, in this there are 59 data sources, which means all these data sources will have different type of values. This will contain active and terminated. It says active and terminated for trending. Now trending means it's a separate kind of report. Just review that. You see all retirees. What does that mean? It will only include your retired employees. Right? All work. Now, this will contain all the details. All workers for pre-hire. Now, pre-hire, what does that mean? Basically, someone who has been selected but not been hired, that become a pre-hire. Right. Similarly, if you go through this, they will get multiple options, multiple type of data sources. Now, what is built in prompts? I can see that in most of the fields. I'll tell you about that. When we go into report, we will use that. Where do you see built in prompts right now? Does not contain any built in prompts. It's there in most of the descriptions. Prompts basically means a kind of a filter that we will talk about when we go into reports. What is my direct reports? What is included in that? What kind of description would be there? My direct reports. My direct reports. Let's say if I am a manager, whoever is reporting to me becomes my direct reports. The bushish data source where I can see particular records. I mean kind of a condition you are putting. This data source itself is a database. No, it's not like a database. If you talk in terms of database language, do you know what is a view? No, not very sure. Note this point. What is view? Just try to Google it. You'll get a lot of information on that, but I will explain it to you. Guys, what happens that if you have multiple table and from one table or multiple table, you want only some specific fields. You don't want all the fields. What do? Is we create a temporary table which is called as view that helps us in getting the data faster. What happens? Let's say that I have to get in my database and try to retrieve the data. Now my table has lot of information fields, lot of columns. Now if I have a lot of fields, and let's say I have 100,000 employees working in different locations, what I can do? I can add certain conditions, reduce the number of workers. What will happen in that case? I'll get the data faster. Let's say if I create a view that I only need those employees who is working in San Francisco. Let's say there are only 300 employees there. Out of 100,000 or 1 lakh, I'm getting only 300 employees. That data source will contain only the details of 300 employees, right? Yes or no? If you have that scenario and if you are using that data source in your report will run very quickly. We have to do filtered. Basically, data source is a condition in which you are reducing the number of employees or workers as per your condition. It's more like a filter, as you rightly said. And you see, one more thing that someone asked me that is built in prompt. Prompt is basically a runtime filter where it will ask you to enter the value by yourself. Now let's say I'll give you an example. I need to know how many female dependents are there for my employees. Right? Because you declare the dependents in your organization. Oh no, if you declare your dependents, it could be a male dependent, it could be a female dependent. Now how many you have female dependents? I don't want that. I will hard code the value. I will run the report and I will ask you to enter that value. Enter the gender of dependents for whom you want to run this report. And there you will have the option male, female, and you will choose that. What you're doing. You are entering the value and the runtime. Correct. You know, if you are entering the value at the runtime, it is basically a prompt. We will see all these things when we go into the technical side. Why I'm talking about this? Because someone asked this question. Is this clear? What is data source, guys? Yes. And this one also run absences. It will run everywhere. You can go ahead and find any business object, not only worker, any business object. You have everything as a business object, and those business object, everybody will have all these 4 tabs. Now there are 2 types of data sources, guys. One is called as standard, another is called indexed. See this. One is called as standard, another is called as indexed. Now, what is the difference between a standard and indexed data source? Standard data source does not have an address pointing to the fields, but indexed data source will have an address. Now, how you can relate it? You consider that you have a 1,000-page book. And in that 1,000-page book, you have certain keywords. Where will you find that keywords? Have you seen any book which has 1,000 pages? If you have used any book or 500 pages or 1,000 pages or 2,000 pages, have you gone through any book, any such book, anybody? If you have to find something important, how will you do that? Look at the index first and then the page numbers. That index will contain the topics, not the words. But actually it is my search. At the back of the book you may have seen a thing called glossary, right? Correct. Where you have a word and then with that word you will find a page number associated with that. Right. What does that do? It reduces the time for your search. You will directly go there. In that, alphabetical order, the words are present and which word is and which page, you can go there and find it. But let's say that glossary is not available. If that part is not available, then what will happen? You have to start from the page number 1. Then we have to read every page. You have to go through each and every line, not only page, but each and every line to find that word. Imagine how much time will that take? More time. more time, right? And then if you use an index data source like the glossary of the book, then it will take less time. Correct. That is the basic difference between indexed data source and standard data source. Now, if you have less data, let's say you have data in hundreds or thousands, what is the difference? What is the advantage of using the indexed data source? Indexed data source helps you to return the value faster in a report because the data source will know where exactly that field is and what value I have to display. It will. The cursor will directly go in and get the value and display it. Now, where this is applied, that is important to know. If you have values in several thousands, like 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 10,000, 50,000, it is very easy for a system to search that value. But let's say if you have data in millions and billions, you have tried and created some report which is giving you millions and billions of record. In those scenarios, you should not use standard data source. In those scenarios, you should use index data source. If you will use the standard data source, the report will not be optimized. It will always have certain challenges. You will always get timeout error. That's the major difference between indexed and standard data source. When you have indexed, it will have some or the other built in prompts. It will automatically ask you to enter that value because it will filter that. Right. Oh, guys, these questions can be your, interview questions. Question. Always remember that these things are something which you always have to remember. Devashish, I have a question. Tell me please. Why can't we use index database when we have less data also? It does not matter. Even if you use index data source, it will give you the same time. We can use both when we have less data. You can use both. But what is the use of index in case when you are able to get the data from standard data source? Understand one more important part. When you are using index data source, it has additional backend filters which puts little bit of stress on your data center or server. It is suggested as a best practice that in case you have high amount of data, then only use index data source. It is not required or not recommended if you have less data to use index data source, but they will not stop you. You can use it. There is no problem in that, but I am talking only about the best practice. Pre- Guys, now the next part is your reports. I would talk only about reports now because all these three things we have understood: fields related business, object, data source. And then now I am coming to reports. There are two parts. Report has two types of reports: standard reports and custom reports. Same thing as standard fields and custom fields. Calculated and Workday delivered. Workday delivered, we call standard field. Calculated, we call it as custom field. When you go into reports, there are two types of reports: standard reports and custom reports. Now, standard reports are those reports which is given to us by Workday. In this you see there is a report name and it is built on which data source. it is giving you that correct, which means there is no owner of this report. What does that indicate? It indicates that the owner of this. Yes, the owner of all these reports are Workday. What happens in this? See, this is something I can go ahead and do. But what I can do, I cannot edit it. If I click on this actions, it will give me only few options. Copy, run and schedule. I cannot edit this kind of reports because it's a standard report. This is standard report. This is not a custom report. I don't have any power to edit this kind of reports. But yes, if I need this report, I can make a copy of it. And then when I make a copy of it, I will become the owner. Once I am the owner, I can edit it. This is how your standard report works. Then comes the custom report. Every custom report will have an owner associated with that. You will have the report name. Then you will have the Workday account. Workday account is nothing but your user who has created it. And then again data source, on which data source this report has been created. If you see, all these are users. Now the reports where I will have access, I will be able to do it. Let's say I will try to search some reports. Just give me a minute. I might have created certain reports. Let's see if it is available. Uh, let's start a search. Let me search. See, I've got 2 reports. If I just go ahead and click on this and put a filter here, I will see both the reports. Now see, this is my Workday account which I am using. Right, I got this user. This is created by this, and you see my data source, all active and terminated workers. If I go and click on it, I will be able to make the changes. If I click on actions, edit, copy, maintain Excel template, run schedule test, transfer ownership right. I am able to do everything. Even I am able to delete it because I am the owner. Right. That is something which is not possible through the standard report, guys, because you are not the owner. Right. Every business object, for standard report, we need to copy it and we can delete it or edit it, whatever. You can make a copy. Then when you make a copy, it becomes a custom report. It becomes a custom report basically. Whoever copies that becomes the owner. Every business object will have a standard report and a custom report. Is it clear to everybody? Guys, this completes our chapter 1. As per our curriculum, we have completed our chapter 1. Guys, then let's start our chapter 2. Now, what is chapter 2 going to talk about? What is in this? When I say chapter 2, it is about organizations. When I say it is going to be organizations, we have to understand that we need to first of all go through different type of organizations in Workday. And before that also, we need to understand what is an organization. When we talk about organizations, organization is a collection of different entities which helps you to run a business or enterprise or any system. It helps you in managing your finance, your people, and the service that you are going to give it to the customer. Right. All these actually make a complete organization. When I say organizations in Workday, basically there are three types of organization. But before I go there, just imagine that you are going to set up a business. When you are trying to set up a business, you need an idea, you need capital, right? All those things you have. Now it is the time to give it a physical start. The idea, you have the money that you need, you have all those things you require, you have. Now, in order to start it physically, what is the first thing that you would need? Live, place, and people. Sorry, can you repeat that? Place and people. Place and people. Let's go serial wise, let's not go random. Yes, you need people for sure. But the first thing is you need a place. Now, in Workday terminology, when we talk about place, basically it is your location, right? That in which city, in which place you are going to start your first office. Why do you need a location or why do you need a place? Anybody? To register the business. Absolutely correct, guys. To register the business. Always remember, if you are planning to start any business, whether it is any shop, also you need a physical location. That this is going to be my shop or this is going to be my office or whatever it is. Imagine that you are starting up your own organization. The first thing you need is a location. And you need a location because you need to have an address. Correct. Once you have a valid address with you, then only you can register a company. If that office address that you are going to put, if it is on your name, that's wonderful. If it is not on your name, at least you have leased it. That also is fine. Any place where it belongs to you, whether you have leased it, whether you own it, it does not matter. But the address is in such a way that if someone is searching for you, they will find you at that place and you can be verified. This is very important for setting up of a legal entity. All right. Now, as we discussed that we need to set up a legal entity, and this is a very important factor. The first thing you would need is location, right? Once you have a location, you got an address proof. Once you have an address, you will be able to register your company. Correct. Any questions on that? No question. Now that you have got a legal entity, you have registered your company, you will get a tax ID. You will get a tax filing ID from the government. And you would need certain clearances from the government to start the business. Now, what clearances you would need? That's not our headache. As a HCM consultant, I am not at all worried about it because there is a legal team who will take care of it. I will not even think about it. if we go ahead and, make the necessary changes, then now you see that once those changes are made, now what is that change? You got your location, you got the address, you have registered your entity. Once you have registered your entity, you have got the tax ID and all the clearances have come. All the changes that are required has been completed. Now, once that changes have been completed, now is the time to set up different departments. Correct. Correct. If I have to set up different departments, what do you think would be the first department that you would need? Basically, we need support functions. We need the support functions first because I am going step by step. In order to set up anything, you would need the support function. Now, what is a support function? Any organization cannot operate without support. The first thing that you would need is support organization like finance, HR, admin team, workplace team, that they can help you set up the workplace and other things. Your IT team, all those things would be required. Now they all have their roles and responsibilities. And HR is important because without HR, you would not be able to form the hiring policies. You would not be able to hire good people, right? Now, second thing is your finance. Now, if your finance team is not there, then the money that you have, you will not be able to manage it. Although the scale of the company is small only. It is not that it is going to be a big company at the moment, but it is small. Now, at least one person is required. Now, that same person, if the organization is a small organization, right? The same person can be a finance consultant or finance guy also, and the HR guy also. That is also possible. But they have to perform both the activities parallelly, right? Second thing is you need somebody to manage your office, like your workplace or, your admin team. Those people are also required. Now, once you have those people ready, now you see you've got admin team, HR team, finance team. It may be just a small team. It does not matter. But these things are required. Then what is your business? As per that, you will hire people. Let's say I'm starting a consulting firm who gives services to the customers on Workday itself. Right. If I have a good team, then only I'll be able to give the good services to the customers. And probably before I start the company, I should have at least one client that I can hire good people. And I have a cash flow coming from the client that I can maintain my organization also. Think in that perspective. Now you've got different departments. You've got our finance admin. And now you've got the actual revenue generating team. Let's say Workday consultants team, right? Now how many departments now we have? Marketing as well. We'll need it. 3 to 4 at least. No, I'm just giving you an arbitrary number just to give you an understanding. We may need a number of departments, but that will happen gradually. Uh, we've got at least 3 to 4 departments minimum. Now, once these 3 to 4 departments are there, that means you will start hiring people, correct? If you are hiring people, that means you will pay salary to them. Now, if you are paying the salary, that means you should have an entity which is actually taking care of your finance. Now in Workday, there is a specific entity. Now that specific entity is going to actually take care of your finance using cost center. Now what is a cost center? In managing your finance, right? What I'm talking right now is all part of my predefined organization. Now what is predefined? We will discuss that in detail. But let's say that we have now set up a company. Now in that company, I've got an address. I've got the company registered. I've got a legal tax ID operation clearances. And then I have hired people in different departments. HR, admin, finance. And then we are doing a Workday consulting business. We have, let's say 4 or 5 Workday consultants and a manager. All those things are there. Now, once you have all this and you started getting business, you need a cost center to manage the finance. Now you see, if you at the moment, if you see your organization, you have only limited people, maybe one in finance, one in HR, one in admin, and 3, 4 in your revenue generating team. Now HR is not going to earn any revenue for you. Finance is not going to earn any revenue for you. Admin is not going to earn any revenue for you. You should have a team which is capable enough to earn a revenue in which they are also able to get their salary. And you are able to pay these people's salary as well. Now, how is that calculated? Based on your cost center. Each department is going to get a cost center number. And based on that, all the calculations are done. Whatever your expenses are, expenses like your salary, variable pay. Then you have your daily consumptions. Like if you keep an office, buy all those things. If you are ordering tea, coffee, all those things are snacks. All these things are your expenses. Now, how much you are earning? How much is the client paying? All those things are taken care through the cost center. Whatever your expenses are, whatever your revenue is, all those things are taken into account. And based on that, the finance team will go ahead and do the calculations as per the revenue they are receiving. Now, suppose your organization has grown. Now, you don't have 10 people or 15 people. Let's say it's gone to 100, 200 people. Now, accordingly, all these departments will have people. In finance, maybe you got 3 people working. In HR, you may have 10 people working. In your admin, you may have 2, 3 people working, right? Apart from that, other departments like your Workday, you may have many projects that you require 120 people, 180 people in that department itself, right? Out of that, 180 to 190 people are your revenue generating team. Rest 10 to 12 members are your support team. All these things are taken consideration while you set up a company. Now let's say you have opened another office. You are expanding, right? Now that location can be different. It may not be the same location, right? Based on that, if you have multiple offices in multiple locations, you need to categorize your offices into different regions, right? Initially, as I stated, Workday was built for big customers or big organizations, enterprise level organizations. It was always thought that product would be sold to those people who are big companies, but now they already have got Workday. Now they are focusing on small scale businesses. Then they have medium scale businesses. All those are now part of Workday. They are targeting everybody. It's not that anymore. But the structure was built in such a way that it was targeted to big organizations or enterprise level organizations. The structure has not changed. but the product is put in such a way that it can be used by any type of organizations. That is the reason why these kind of organizations are already inbuilt in the system. When I talk about organizations in Workday, there are three types of organizations: predefined, custom, and supervisory. Predefined organizations are those organizations which are already inbuilt in the system. I just have to use it as per my requirement, because I may not scale, I may not expand. Region is not required, but location is required. Company is required. Concentral is required. I'll have to use at least these three things to start my organization. Now, let's say I have another type of organization which is custom. Now, when you acquire a company or you take over, then in that case, I may have to create a custom organization. We will talk that in detail when we go there. And then you see this supervisory organization. This is third type of organization, but that's the most important organization, because 80 to 9% of the work that you do in any HCM, it revolves around this. And we also call this as department. Supervisory organization can be more like a department. We'll start our configuration with predefined. We'll then move into custom, and then we'll go into supervisory. This is how we are going to learn all these things. Now, within predefined organization, we are going to start with location, company center region. And there is another entity which is going to come after location, which is called as a reorganization. Now, that is a separate, completely separate concept. But without reorganization, I will not be able to create company center region or any of their hierarchies. The first thing that we are going to create is create location. I said right. That this has got intelligence. Intelligence in the sense that it will detect what the task you have typed as per the keywords that you put. If you see, I'm going to put create location. I'm just typing CRELOC. Right. This is still refreshing. And that's the reason I'm able to connect. Now I've typed in the task. Clicked on. Now this will open a screen in front of me which will tell me create location task. And it will give you two fields which are mandatory. Now here you see it's a location name. And then you have location usage. As location name. Think that you are creating your own location. Maybe you start from Mumbai, or maybe any place in the globe. Does not matter. But as this is a practice tenant, guys, this is a practice tenant. In order to identify which location, company, call center, anything I'm going to create here, I'm going to use a code. Now that code is just like identification. Don't use the code which I am using. Use your own code. Now, when I say use your own code, build your own code and keep that common across everything. Because let me show it to you. Let's say I'm creating a location as Mumbai. Now, if I search Mumbai, right, in this tenant, we search it. Now, see, if I go into categories, right. Now here, basically, I have to go into organizations. Now, when I go into organizations, you see, there are 100 people, which is actually related to Mumbai. Now, how will I know which is that actual Mumbai which I have created? That's the reason there is a code. This person has also used MH_Mumbai, A3_Mumbai. What I am going to do is, I am going to choose a location, Mumbai, and I will use a code which is like Workday evening. You know, something like that. _Mumbai. I will type in here beauty7_, and I will put the location Mumbai. What is E? E is for evening. Again, I am saying, this is my code. Don't use the same code. Is there any specific naming convention? Inward, in real time. You don't need to use the code. It will be a real-time location, guys. This is just for your practice. That's the reason I am using this code. In real time, you will create a real location, whether it is Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, San Francisco, Chicago, whatever it is. That will be your real location. Does that make sense? Everybody. Oh, guys, if you are confused, ask me the question. Because I don't want anybody to be confused right now. I am using this code just as an identification. This will help me. Tell me, I have a question. If we use the city name, again, we will get the same thing right. If that city name is used by other people, then what should we do? That's the reason I am asking you to use a code that you can uniquely identify what has been created by you. And then in real time, the same thing will happen with us, right? If we use only city name. In real time, if once a city is created, you will not create again that location. Because if that is created, why would you need to create the location again? Debit? Is it just like that? Just like when we create an email ID and when there are many with the same names, it is not accepted. We need to create some another. There is nothing like that. You can create n number of locations, same name. There is no problem like that. But how will I know that this is created by me? Let's say you create Delhi. Now, when you will search Delhi, there will be 100 Delhi there. Now, which is your Delhi? We need to give something, you know. You need to give a unique identifier. Unique identifier. You can identify that this is created by me. Understood. I am using a code to idiot. Now, don't use this code. Reason. I will get confused that you know I have created many locations with this code. Use your own code. Like, what do we suggest? Use your initials of your first name, last name. Put an underscore. You know, go ahead and create whatever you want to do. But we need to remember that, right? Of course, what we have selected? Location, name. Suppose I have selected Mumbai 40. Then I need to remember that whatever you are creating. I see your name Amanda Pinto. I can just say AP_. The name of the location, right? A lockbot AB_ the location name. Or if you want to put a number that is rather, very unique to you. I have put this code in such a way, Workday evening 7. My time _Mumbai. This location is created for this. Clear to everybody why I have chose that code. Now you see location usage. By default, you will have certain values here. Now what value you have to choose? It depends upon your requirement. For example, I am creating a location where I can actually hire people. If I have to hire people at that place, I am going to use this option, which says business site. If I'm not using anything, I'm sorry. If I'm not using business site, I may face challenges in hiring people. This is as per the best practices of Workday. You can choose any usage, but again, you will have challenges if you are trying to hire somebody. Better choose business site as this is the best practice. Clear to everybody. Am I clear? Now I'm going to click on. Now you see there are certain fields which comes here which will be given to you by your client. If they do not give it to you, don't fill anything by yourself. All these things are not mandatory. If you see, all these things are not mandatory. Now, why is latitude, longitude, altitude asked? That you can map. You can put that location on the map. Location type attribute is superior location. Now, this is just the first location I'm creating. I cannot have a superior location. Type is, if you look into the options, you will get multiple things. Whether it is a headquarter building campus, what exactly is it? It's more like an attribute. Look at the attribute. Is this the first location I am creating? Then I can put it if it is not the first location. All these things will be told to you by your client. Now, if they don't tell it, it's because it's not mandatory. What is mandatory? Why am I creating this location? What is required for me? What was the concept? I said, why do you need a location? To set up the business. I mean, we need location to hire the people. Address is important. Address is important. Only location usage is the address. All those things which you said will come later. That's not the right answer. If you go in an interview and you say that, you will say, I said the right thing. But it would not be a right answer. As per Workday terminology, you have to be very specific what you are saying. I need an address. The first and the foremost thing for me is address. When I had a place here, you see. This tenant is by default configured for USA. That's the reason it is taking it USA. I'll put it and I'll change it to India. You have all the countries here. Whatever you want to choose, you can. Now address. Some places you know when you use the address of US. In some tenants, you might see that if you are putting the state and city, the postal address, if you don't put it correctly, it will not allow you to save it, which means there is a validation. For India, it is not there, but you might see that for US, there is a validation. If you choose a location, not every tenant will have it. It will be only to the selected tenants, But you may have this validation here. It will start giving an error. The PIN code or the postal code is not matching with the state. I put an address here. And country address line 1 2 city postal code state. Now you see one more thing which is says primary. Now this is not checked at the moment. Always remember guys, when you are creating location, it will ask you, do you want to keep it as your primary office or primary location? You have to check that. If you don't check it, you will get an error. Right now I will not check it. I'll show you what kind of error I'm going to get. Always remember, at one location you can have multiple offices, which means in one city you can have multiple offices. If you go to Mumbai, I don't know if you have gone there, but if you will see there are multiple offices of SBI, State Bank of India, right? But there will be one headquarter or a regional center or something. It cannot be possible that all the buildings are headquarters. No, it could be only one primary location. But out of that one is the primary office. We also call that as a corporate office. But that main office is your corporate office. All these things you have to keep in mind. And you can have multiple offices and one location. But out of that, only one is primary. Others can be your sales office, your work location. It could be anything. Always remember that. Business side. Now you remember I said, if you have to hire somebody, you need to choose business side. Because when you choose business side, then you will be able to put the time profile. Now, what is this time profile? When you start an organization or a company in a country, every country has their own labor laws. Right? Do you know that every country will have their own labor laws? Now, based on that, you will have to define your working hours. You cannot say that, my company works 24/7, the employee can also work 24/7. Your company may be operating for 24/7, which is absolutely fine. But you cannot ask anybody to work more than 9 hours a day or 10 hours a day. You have seen there is a tweaking in hours these days, right? After work from home, people have started working more, or some would have started working less also. All that things have been taken into consideration. Now in India, there are two ways in which you can work, like 8 hours productive time in a day, 9 hours of total office time. 8 hours should be productive and it could be 5 days in a week. And the other one is 12 hours every day, but 4 days a week. These are the two ways in which you can choose how to work. And as per your company policy, whatever the work hours are adopted, based on that, you will have to set up the time profile. Here, if you see, there are multiple things that you may get here. You may get standard. Always remember you have to look for standard. Now this standard is like 40 hours. This is per week, guys. Not monthly or daily. It is per week. 8 into 5. Now in some countries, like there are multiple European countries like Sweden, there it is 7 hours a day and 5 hours. Sorry, 5 days, 85 hours. And they also calculate the travel time. When you start for work, how much time it takes you to reach to office. and how much time it takes you to go back home. Those are also considered to be in your workday. Just imagine how they used to calculate. This is how they do. Basically, they will put 35 hours in a week, 7 hours into 5 days. That is your productive time. Apart from that, it could be whatever time you are spending. They want you to spend quality time, quality life. They are giving you more work-life balance. Same this there in France also. If you go in Japan, Japan has long working hours. If you see, people of Japan works the most and they are more frustrated. They have very less work-life balance. What I'm trying to say is, as per your country, as per your labor laws, this is set. Now I'm not going to talk about any other country, but just to give you an idea what exactly this time profile is that you can understand. Is this clear to everybody? What is time profile? Then you see local. Local is basically your language. If I just type in English, you will see multiple English because English speaking country also has their own. Certain words which they will use. If you see Arabic, in Middle East, you have multiple countries which speak Arabic. But they have then again their local touch as well. See Arabic, Bahrain, Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, Qatar, Saudi, Tunisia, UAE, right? Most of the things will be same, but there will be a local touch. But same thing. If you go to English, you got English, Australia, Canada, Hong Kong, India, right? Now I've chosen the location as Mumbai. I will choose English India. Based on that, your local country will automatically be coming up right. Now it shows end, but when I save it, it came up right. You see, India has come automatically. Similarly, you have the time zone also. What you need to do, you need to find the exact time zone. Now, how you can choose that? You will have to look into this list, and all the time zones will be shown to you. Out of that, whatever you are going to follow, you have to use that. Another thing also, I wanted to say that even if your office is working 24/7, guys, you may have seen that people are working in shifts, which means they may work for a client which is in, US, but you are working in India. You may be working as per their time zone. Maybe I'm working in, with my PST customer. I'll have to follow PST time. If I work for UK client, I'll have to follow UK client also. The timings. Based on that, you can select your time zone. But ideally, this is selected as per the company. Right now, I'm going to choose as per the company, which is Indian Standard Time. And then you see, these things are displayed right now in English. But let's say you work in some country where English is not the main language or no one in that country knows English. For example, China. They only speak Chinese. You will have hardly people, very few people who knows English there. Same you go to Japan, same condition. You go to Arab countries. There you will have people speaking English, but very few. Others all Arabic. They speak Arabic. You go to Israel. They will speak Hebrew. Right? If you are building any application for them and you want that it should be available in their language. Now what does? Supports multiple language. If you see it says Baje Indonesia, right? Malaysia, Czech Republic, Dutch, English, Spanish, right? So now this you see French in Canada, French in France, then you got Italia, right? Right. If I just go back, down, you will see this. This is South Korea. I mean, basically Korean. This is Japanese Chinese. Now, this is Arabic. This is Russian. What I'm trying to say is you will have this is Turkey. As per your country, you can choose the display language. But I would suggest not to choose anything else apart from English because I don't know anything else. If anything comes as a display, it will be difficult. If you are trying to change it, it will be difficult for others as well. Try not changing it, keeping it English. But I'm just explaining you that Workday supports multiple language. Now, country's default currency will automatically come as per the country. Now, if you want to override it. Now, let's say you are a global company. You operate in USD. Now, what does that mean? It means that I may be working in India, but my clients are all in US. They may be paying me in USD. If I have to do any calculation, let's to show the client. Also, I'll have to use USD only. Whenever this is happening, I can go ahead and override the currency to any other currency also. But right now, I'm not going to do it. Let it be INR for the moment. Then I have got external name or default job posting location. Right now, all these things are not utilized for us. And I'll go ahead and click on. Now I said right. As soon as I'll click on, you think I should get an error, right? Why am I getting this error? Because we haven't filled the position. The space is there. You have not checked the primary location. What did I say? Only one and one address must be marked as primary. Now someone was saying I did not fill. What did I not fill? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, please? At the location, default currency, external name. I thought that's why it is not taking to next page. No, you don't remember what I said. I said these are not mandatory. If it was mandatory, there was a red asterisk scan. For the moment, I don't need them. Always remember what I'm saying because I'll ask questions which will confuse you guys. Here, I said that I don't. If I don't mark it as primary, I will get an error. And now you see I'm getting this error. One and only one address must be marked as primary. Now, even I have not checked one address also. Once I click it, the error is gone. Right? Now, when I click on my address or the location is created, guys. Let's see. Tenet is behaving a little slow. Not sure why. But it is too slow today. Ideally, it should not be that slow. You will also not face this challenge. Maybe there is some kind of issues going on. It says the page you're trying to load is annoying. Please try. That's what I said. There must be some issues. Devashish, if we will mark every location as primary, then how we will differentiate between several locations like in Mumbai if you have taken the example of BI? No, I can't. Again, you did not remember. I have shown you the error message also. What did the error message say? One and only one location should be marked as primary. Primary? What does that mean? I can have only one location as primary location, right? That's what I said. And even if you have multiple offices, only one office is going to be your primary office, which I said could be a corporate office or your headquarters, whatever it is. In one city, you can have only one office as your primary office. But how? Right? I am little confused here. How we will differentiate? This is primary and the other offices will not be primary. It will not mark them primary. It will again show us the error. How we will link that this is from the same company, same organization. Again, I am going to repeat my question for you. Again, repeat the explanation for you. I said you could have multiple offices. One is in Nariman Point, other is in Navi Mumbai. One is in Baikula, other is in Sain. I am just giving you different locations in Mumbai. Now I said you will have one primary office. Now this address is multiple. Out of that, the client will tell me which is going to be my primary office, right? Then only I will mark one that is primary. Rest others will not be primary office. Does that make sense? I have a question. Devashish, whenever this primary, just wait, because wait. Let me clarify first that it might clear other people doubt as well. Maybe your questions would also be answered. Right now I have got one address and I have marked it as primary. Let's say I am going to add another address. Because you said right. Someone said that. How is it possible? How will I mark others as primary? You cannot mark others as primary. You have only one primary office. That is most important thing. I don't know. What should I put? Yes. New building. City Mumbai. 4 Maharashtra. I am able to save here. When I go ahead and click on, I will be able to save it. Right. I will not get that error because we have already primary address. We have already marked the primary address, right? That to bother you. Do we need to wait for the client to tell what will be the primary location? Of course, you cannot decide it by yourself. You are there to configure. These questions you will have to ask them. They're like, I need to create a location. Now, on that location, if there are multiple offices, let's say they have given 5 addresses, that there are 5 different offices, in that same city. Now, out of that which is primary, I cannot put it by myself. The client has to tell me. Does it mean that the primary location is always created first and then the other locations are created? Not necessary. Why not necessary? I'll tell you. I can add multiple addresses at the same time. If I add multiple addresses at the same time, I still have to choose one primary location. It is not necessary that I create it first or create it second. I'm creating all at one time only. Right. But the fact is, if you only have one address, that will be your primary location. There is also a possibility that if I want to change that location, for example, let me show you. Let's say I am editing it again. I hope you are able to see the screen right. I think I clicked the wrong edit location. Give me a minute. Let me cancel that. Let me edit this. So I clicked on the wrong place. Contact information. Alright, now you see, I have this as my primary. Now let's say my business has expanded. Now this building is a small building for me. I feel that I should move to a new building, which I should make that as my headquarter. What I can do, I can mark this as primary. Now, once I have clicked on this as primary, the check mark from here would be gone. You see, it's not primary anymore. I'll now go. I can go ahead and click on. And now, once, let it be, let it load. What do you see as primary? New building size. What's the primary? New building size. And will be the primary. That building, new building, whatever it is, that has become a primary office for me now. Clear to everybody. Is there anybody who has any more confusion questions? I have a question. Can we add multiple addresses here only? You can create n number of offices. There is no problem. But you will have only one primary office. That is what you need to remember. My question was big organizations. We generally see that they have one head office and one separate corporate office. But if both fall under primary, then how will that be distinguished? No, in Workday it is not possible. If you are putting something as I'm sorry, if you are putting as your headquarters separate and your primary office separate, you can do that. There is no problem. But again, whatever is your primary, that has to be marked. You may not treat it as a corporate office. It is up to you. But whatever is your primary location, that has to be marked, and it will. It can only be one. That is how Workday has been designed. You cannot change that. Then the client will decide that which location he wants to mark that site. Of course, one set. But when we created this location and we were actually like concentrating on details, contact information and business site. And when we clicked on details initially and there was no mandatory fields to be selected, second one, we went for contact information. And that is where we were adding the address. I hope I'm right. Let me go back to the location. I'm sorry. I'm not able to understand what you're saying. When we created a new location, initially we had 3 tabs. One said detail, second one was contact information, and third one was business site. You are saying that once the location was created, then you have these options. Under detail, there was no mandatory fields, which means it was not highlighted with the asterisk symbol. It's not highlighted and it's not mandatory. I've not filled anything. All let it be the same thing. Once we go to contact information, we find like many side headings, like many fields, like phone address. We created only the address part. What about the remaining phone number, email, and instant messages? That's all you can put. Let's see. What I'm trying to tell you is all this information is only required why you need a location to have an address that you can register the company. Right. Always remember what the concept that we discussed. Now the phone number, the website, the messenger, you can always put that. No, my question, if I click on that phone field and it says like there are a few fields which is marked with asterisk symbol and which is mandatory one. If you will add a phone, it has to be entered there. If you add a website, it has to be entered there. If you're adding a messenger, you have to enter that value. Are you getting the point? Whatever you're adding, you need to put that. Otherwise, don't add it. Not required. Thank you, sir. Any other doubts on location? Hi, Divash. Hi, Kensh. I just wanted to ask that usually, the businesses have multiple locations. If they give the data, saying like, take this 500 locations, can we kind of book, upload them? Because doing this, yes, you can do that. All right, all right. Now you see, there is something what I wanted to specify here. What are you doing? You are doing 500 locations, not addresses, right? Correct. Correct. Each location may have multiple addresses also. That also you have to keep in mind. Right. And you can do book upload. There is no problem. That we do in the integration side. All right. My question was that while filling up the details like time, profile, local, and all, you were selecting the options which were already there. But suppose if we have to enter the information which is not there by default, then can we create it? Yes, you can, but not exactly you. It has to be done by Workday. The initial configuration is always done by Workday. And if you want anything to be added, if you have the permissions, you can do it. There is no problem. But generally, it is done by Workday in the initial configuration. It means it is informed to them and then they will update it accordingly. I mean, you can raise a support ticket if their administrative rights are with Workday. They can do it for you. If there is somebody in the organization who has got administrative rights, they can also do it. At any point, we can do it. I will be going ahead. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, if you remember, I said that while we go ahead and set up the organization, the first thing that you need is the address. And I also stated that if you talk about Workday, Workday basically was created for an enterprise level organization. This is related, this reorganization is related to that. Now imagine you have created an organization or a company in US. Let's take an example of Microsoft. Microsoft established in US, but it is operating in 90 other countries. Correct. If it is operating in 90 other countries, how will it operate? There must be a parent company which is actually taking care of all the organization. I'll view that example again. What is the example here? I said let's talk about Microsoft. Microsoft has the headquarters in US, right? but it is operating in 90 other countries. When it is operating in 90 other countries, what I mean to say is the headquarters or the main office or the parent company is at that location where it started its business, which is in US. Now I said, let's consider that there is an Indian entity as well who started their business in India and now it is global. Tata Group has many companies. I'm sure that all of you would be knowing about it. They are into different business sectors. If you talk about any business in India, their presence would be there, right? Whether it is software, they have TCSU and they have infrastructure. Then you have steel telecommunications. Tata Telecommunications is there. They are into, satellite television, which is Tata Sky, right? In jewelry, in consumer electronics, which is Chroma. If you talk about now, you have Air India, also a part of Tata. Now, why I'm talking about it? There is a reason. Now, what is that reason is all these companies are independent companies. They are not actually something which is, you can say that all these are independent entities, but at the end of the day, they are actually part of Tata. Correct. But Tata management cannot or, will not get into their day-to-day activity. They will run their activity by themselves. But at the end of the day, they all report to a parent company. Now, what is that parent company? Do you know that? Tata Sons is the parent company of Tata Group, guys. They are the owner of all the Tata Group of companies. It is not that that they own the name, the brand, and it is not a single person who owns it. There is a collection of people like somebody has 10% share, somebody has 15%, somebody has 20%, right? It is a group of people who have formed a company and they are like a board member. Now they have a chairman who runs the organization. But at the end of the day, he or she cannot take a decision without a board meeting. What does that indicate? It indicates that reorganization is just like an umbrella which is going to take care of all its nodes, all its people, all its companies, but it will always stay at the top. Let it be any organization which is growing. Let's say TS. Now they have a market capital value of around $1 trillion. At the end of the day, that company is also falling under Tata Group only. The actual valuation of Tata Group has gone high. Tata Sons also owns a part of it, clear. Reorganization is an umbrella which is always at the top. Now they are going to monitor the system, but actually they will not get into your day-to-day operations for which they have their own management, their own team who will take care of it. Now, why it is important for us to build in Workday? Now, what did I say? Initially, Workday was created for enterprise level organization. If you have enterprise level organization, which means it will have multiple companies or they will be operating multiple countries like MNCs. Now, If they are operating in multiple countries and have multiple presence, you still need an umbrella which is going to take care of all your companies. You all know that Microsoft is a publicly traded company in US, right? Let's say Microsoft is a listed company in US. It's a listed company in US. But when it starts operation in different countries, it is not listing itself in every stock market, right? If they start their operations in India, they are not a publicly traded company here. It is Microsoft India Private Limited. Like you have Salesforce India Private Limited. Salesforce is a company listed in US, not in India. What I'm trying to explain here is as you change the location from one country to the other, you will have to set up everything from the scratch with a new company registration also. All these things when you create a company call center region, everything will be mapped to your reorganization. Now is the time to create it. Creating a reorganization is very, very simple. Let me show it to you. Create reorganization. This is the task. It's simple that you can just create it like that. But the usage is very important. Let's say I start with the BD7. See, I'm using a code and I'm keeping that code same. You also try to keep the code same and use it in different code. Let's say Dalasan. And I'm creating it on 8th of February. Click on. Once it is created now, you see it says by activity, by organizations. This is just tracking everything. See reorganization activity, reverse activity, step organize affected, created on by organization. Organization, reorganization activity, reverse activity, step organizations affected, created on. Now what exactly it is doing? It is just tracking the things which is there. It's not going to do anything else. Now another thing. Once you have created it, you should always remember it. You should note it down somewhere on your notepad. Now why I'm saying that? Basically, the reason is this entity is not searchable. I cannot go ahead and search it directly. If I copy that and try to search it, I will not find anything. See what does it say? I'll just try to create something here. No result. Do you understand that? Whenever you create it, you have to remember it and you have to note it down. And that's the reason documentation remains very important part. Now it is created. Now we know it. Will not forget it. But when you do it, there is a chance that you might forget. I would request you that keep a note of it. Don't forget it. Alright? Alright. Then, now that reorganization is created, we have next part of our journey. What do we have here? Company call center region. Right. I've explained to you that. Why do you really need a company? Right. What is the logic behind it? Anywhere you want to start your business, basically it is your legal entity. Without the legal entity, you will not get tax IDs. You will not get registration. You will not get anything. Basically, if you don't use it properly, there is highly, a chance that you might face. You might start facing challenges and you will not get an operations or a, clearance to operate. I'll give you an example. Elon Musk registered Tesla in India. Ra- I don't know if you're aware or not, but I'm just giving you information that it gives you an idea. Now, Elon Musk stated that he is not going to manufacture EVs in India. But he said that he will import from China and sell it in India because they have their manufacturing facility in China. Indian government denied. The reason is we don't want to import anything of such thing which is from China. They did not say no. They did not say no. Basically, they said you want to import, that's fine. We have 100% tax on that item, that if the cost is $40,000, I have 100% tax, that cost becomes 80,000. Who is going to buy that? You know someone who is an ultra rich person, somebody who can afford it. Right. It's not for common people. It will not have a good number of sales. They did not. They stopped the plan. They did not execute it. All these things plays a very important role because you have to comply with the local laws. If you don't comply with the local laws, your company clearance will not be given in such a way. How do you actually create it in the system? That also is important. And that's the reason this company plays a very important role. Creation of a company in the system plays a very important role. Let me show you how it actually works. You go ahead with the task. Task is very simple, guys. Create company. You go ahead and do that. Now you see what is it asking you? The organization. There you go. Due See, I got my reorganization. But when I was searching it, I was not getting it. Correct. This is important concept. It's a point to be noted. Now you see it's asking me for all the details. Let's say I'm creating a company called Tata Motors. I'm sure there will be a lot of Tata Motors. That's the reason I need the code. Now, what will be my subtype? Compet Guys, always remember best practice. When you are creating anything in a predefined organization, the type and subtype generally should be the same. Visibility. Everyone. Now, when you are starting a company, you have to define a company currency. If it's a global company, and let's say that you are following or using one of the global currencies. Now, there are 5 to 6 global currencies these days. Do you know what are those 5 to 6 global currencies? Ah, you got USD, pounds, British pound. Right. Now, these days, INR is becoming a global currency. Now, 36 countries have actually adopted INR as their working currency. But still, I want to choose anything. I have started my company in India. I'll just say I know. If I want, I can put it USD also. Alright. Now you got Karamoto's code, subtype A visibility currency. Now this we are going to study or get the knowledge in chapter 6, which is role. Once this training is completed, right, you will have understanding about this section also. All right, this role is there. I'm going to go ahead and click on. Now you see what you have got: members. Member basically means your employees who are working in this company. When you hire somebody, you will see them under this members. Details: date type, subtype, code, visibility, currency. Roles: we have not assigned anything, but by default this tenant would have something. You see 423 has been assigned. Now why it came, I will discuss that in detail when we go there. Then comes security groups. What is this? This is also very important, 2240. How exactly it is coming, we will all look into this in chapter 6. Not right now. Now we have created the company. See again, always remember Workday initially was created only for enterprise level company, but now it is being sold to every sort of company. Whether it is a small company, medium company, does not matter. This reorganization would be used everywhere. It is not that you can skip it. Alright, next point. Now we have moved into predefined and then we have created. First thing we created location, then we created reorganization, now we have created company. The next part is your cost center. Now, what do you understand by cost center? Basically, any financial transactions you are performing, right? It will be captured through your cost center, whether you are, spending an amount or you are earning an amount. Spending an amount basically means you are giving the lease agreement, lease amount to of your office. If you are giving any salary to any of your employees, you are arranging any food for your employees, right? Any kind of transportation, you are giving all kind of allowances that you are giving, all those are your expenses. Now, what you are earning is you are getting from your client. Now, if you are into a business where you are trying to serve the customer, let's say you are a service-based company, what do? You provide service, right? Now that services could be customer support service, software support services, any kind of service, HR related services or recruitment services, whatever you can. But if you are a product-based company, what do? You sell your product, right? You sell your product. What does Google do? Google goes ahead and provides both kind of services. Google provides you cloud computing. That is the product. They are selling it to you. If you are using it, they are giving you certain services. Right? And what are the ways in which you are earning revenue? Again, that is all tracked through cost center only. Every department will have its own cost center. And the task is very simple again, create cost center. Now you see again, it is asking for reorganization. Rest. Because again, everything has to be monitored. Everything will be taken care by them. Now let us say I will create something like technology. AVD cost center. V7 underscore subtype visibility. Everyone scroll it down. Now you see restricted to companies. Now you may have multiple companies under one reorganization, right? I give an example. You have Tata Motors, then you have Tata Telecommunication. All these are different entities. Now, if you have any cost center which is a part of other companies, there is a possibility. But if you want to restrict this cost center to a particular company, you can do that also. Here, you will get all the companies. Whatever companies are existing in this center, you see many things are there. If I just type in C, I've got my company. But I'm not restricting it, but I'm just showing it to you. Now you see, these are all my custom organizations. If I want to use them, I can. Roles again, we will use it later. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and click on. My cost center is created. The next part is create region. In the predefined organizations, as we have discussed, there are four parts: location, company, cost, center, region. Till now, we have understood location, company, cost center, reorganization, and now we are going into region. Now the region organization which is present in one country also. But if the number of offices are very huge, let's say you have 100, 200 locations where you're serving, how will you manage it? Let's take an example of India. You have north, east, west, south, central, right. It's a big country. Even if you take an example of UK, it's a small country, not as big as India, but you have different parts, right? Let's say the store there, Marks and Spencer, the most common store that you see in London, right? And you will find it in every nook and corner of that place, which means there you have to have a regional center location where you can manage things. See why it is required? Because if you are a retail chain, in that case, you will have to take care of a lot of logistics, right? Because you have to send and receive a lot of items on a daily basis. If you are a service-based company, you may have people moving from one location to the other almost every other day because of project work, right? It all depends how your business is performing. And if you have multiple locations, in order to govern that, you need to have regions. As I was taking an example of Haldiram. Haldiram is present all over the globe. Also, let's take an example that it is in India. They have a distribution center of separate for north, separate for east, west, and south, right? And if you go beyond that, they will have multiple stores in one city also, right? If you have multiple stores in one city, again you need a city primary office. As I stated, right, one location, one primary office would be there. Now imagine that you have 10 cities in one state. You will have a state office also. Then if you are, say, let's say North India, in that you have 6 to 7 states, you will have a regional headquarters, right? How exactly it works? It works in hierarchy, and these hierarchies also we are going to study next, but this thing is important. It also gives you, you can say a way to govern the things. That's the reason setting up region is very, very important. Let's build it. Again, reorganization WD7, click on. And you have name. Let's say I will use A5. I hope you know what is APC, right? Nowadays, a new term has come in place of APXE. Anybody knows it? I'm going to use region. You may have heard a new terminology, Indo-Pacific. Quad Indo-Pacific? Not Quad, but Indo-Pacific. This is being replaced by Indo-Pacific, but it has not been completely used, but hopefully you will see that very soon. Now I'm going to create it. I got region, then you got AP. Now what we have done? We have created all these sections, right? Next it comes is how do we go ahead and create a hierarchy? Hierarchy is very simple. Whether it is location, hierarchy, company, center, region, every hierarchy will be governed or it will be under the reorganization. Previously, when we created a location, right, it was not under a reorganization. But now, if I go ahead and create a hierarchy, everything that you do, you will need a reorganization. Imagine the importance of it. All right. Now I'm going into the hierarchy. First, let me first of all explain you what hierarchy is. Hierarchy is basically your reporting. It's kind of a reporting structure. You would have seen in your organization that if you are working somewhere, you may be reporting to your manager. Like you have your manager working with you, then you have other people who is a colleague of your manager, other manager. Manager. In that situation, what happens that you will have a hierarchy. Everybody in that situation will be working directly or indirectly with some or the other manager. Correct. Same happens with location, company call center, and the region. Location. Wherever your headquarters are, that is going to be your main location. Then, if you are opening another office or another location, they will report to that. Basically, you have a designation called site lead or site head. Have you seen that? Any What are they responsible for? They are responsible for that complete business side. Whatever is happening, whether it is hiring, firing, they will have to know everything about that location. What are the projects which is running? Basically, they are look more into the administrative side. Then you have company. You have an example I took was Microsoft. Now Microsoft is a US entity, but it has offices in 90 other countries. Whenever they start operations in other countries, they will have to register a new name. Let's say Microsoft is Microsoft Public in US, but when it starts working in India, it will be Microsoft India Private Limited. Right. If it works in Australia, it will be Microsoft Australia Private Limited. Wherever it is not listed as a public company, there it will be a private company. All those things you have to keep in mind. Then cost center, because you have expenses everywhere. Right. Every company that you are creating will have departments, and each department needs a cost center. You have to make sure that every company will have its own cost center. Cost center. And then these cost centers are put in hierarchy that you are able to calculate at site level or location level profit loss. An accountant's responsibility comes when you go ahead and start working with a cost center. And similarly, you have region. If you have a global company and your presence is a different part of the globe. The globe is divided into 3 major areas these days. What are those 3 major regions? Right now, I just showed you one, which is APFE. What are the other two? Correct. MEMA. Right. EMA stands for America. That is your North America and South America. Then EMENA stands for Europe, Middle East, Africa. Then APIP, Asia Pacific. All the countries starting from Japan to Australia, New Zealand. You know all the other Pacific Island countries. Then you have Indian Ocean, you know India, China, all those countries. All these are separate regions which requires different ways of configuration. Destination. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.